for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes.
Blessings, blessings, blessings. Blessings, everyone. Can you hear me? Give me a signal, my people. Up. Elaine, big up yourself. Everybody can hear me? Yes, no? Patel, Cruikshank. Yes. Signal the plane, Andrea. All right. All right, Kevin. All right, folks. Good afternoon and welcome to Reason with Rattigan with yours truly, Will. And as we say in the nighttime, the rebel Rattigan. No, we won't even have, we have a jam-packed program today, so we won't even get time to go through the chat and big up everybody, but consider all on a big up. Consider that, all right? No, as Malcolm X says, education is a passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. So let's get started. Our website, please check it out. Give us your feedback. And then let me just jump into the segments, because producer Joan work hard on this thing, and she will kill me if me not use it. And not only that, I am supposed to use it because it's my guide. So Kevin there with me too. Let me bring on the DJ Kevin Stew. See him, the people. Like Kevin said, what go? Be good or be good at it. So, so I love that. Anyway, folks, here we go. Yeah, that's me right there. And here are the issues we hope to get through today. You know, normally we have 12, 14, and it's just a pie in the sky. It's, you know, Kevin and I, we sit down on a Saturday morning with Joe. We said, no, we're not going to finish it. So them said, no, be realistic. Put up the ones and we think you're going to finish. And we just move on. Them say, you know, have to show off so you have a whole heap of content. Everybody knows already. So just put up what you feel you can reasonably cover, and then we move on. So, U.S. immigration issues, reality versus fear. A lot of that going on, both going on right now. And we have Shernet Noyes, our dear friend. She was supposed to join us last week, immigration expert. She was supposed to join us last week, but due to some unforeseen events, she couldn't. But she will be with us today. So if you have questions, you can ask about immigration. So between Shernet, Kevin, myself, and whomever, owner should be good once the segment over. The second segment is who is really responsible for the 124 million of taxpayers' money that disappeared but is not missing. If you can connect those dots on the sewer, may I go with it? How can it disappear but it's not missing? Or how can they say it's not missing but they don't tell us what it is? We are going to tell you today what it is, and we're going to point fingers, and we're going to tell you who is responsible for the loss of funds. And in fact, that's the word that they use. Loss, LOSS. We'll get to that. Uh, the third one is DPP Paula Llewellyn and the GLC. We're going to analyze her deeds and her words. And as you know, we're going back to the Vibes Cartel case. There's an update, so we'll figure, well, we'll just go ahead and just do the story all over so that who never saw it, now they'll see the full picture. And those of you who saw it before, it will be reinforcement. But you're going to see how justice is done in Jamaica. You're going to see. All right. And then you make up your mind. I'll just provide you with the facts, and then you can walk away with it, and then you can do whatever is necessary. When I say that, again, all legal means, whether you want to protest, want to write a letter or whatever, you make up your mind. And there's a fourth issue, I believe. There's a 1, 2, 3. There's a fourth issue, and the fourth issue is that the diaspora has been fooled again. Them say a promise is a comfort to a fool. We have been promised many things lots of times, and there is one promise we're going to present to you and examine with you to show you that we have been fooled. And it has to do with a Senate seat in Jamaica, and we're going to show you what the politicians said every time them come up. You have to drum up support. I won't say big money because it sounds too crass. I'll just say they come up and they're looking for support and things that they've said and what they've done. We're going to hold them to task. Of course, the disclaimer, the opinions you hear today, they belong to the individual presenters only and are neither endorsed nor promoted by Reggae Global Radio or the host. So anything the people come and say, they're responsible. Them responsible. I'll do nobody now come here and say anything that is untruthful or defamatory. We don't do that around here. Anything we do, we put up the document and say, here is the document. This is not our opinion. These are facts. So there you go. Like how we call former Minister Leslie Campbell a convicted criminal. We can say that. We can say that because it's all over the world, that he was convicted of violating the Integrity Commission Act. He was convicted, and now he must go to prison. And we're going to talk about that later if we have time. But the 4 topics we talk about, those are the 4 we're going to be focused on. Relax with the rebel. That's tonight, people. Tonight. Some of you got it wrong. Some of you still believe that it's at midnight, and I can understand why. Because it's established. It's from 12 midnight to 2 a.m. It's changed as of last week. I know we went till 2 o'clock last week, but this week we're going to 12. So it's from 10 p.m. until midnight. We're coming on right after DJ Kevin Stew in Hatton Up. And me turn full now because I don't know what to play. Because I don't want to play something too soft because on the mind say, no, we're still in the mood, we still need to go. And if I play something, and then Kevin have a bigger selection on mine, because the way Kevin play, I can't play like that. So, only just bear with me. But we'll play in recognition of Reggae Month. We're going to play 2 solid hours of reggae music for your musical pleasure. And again, remember, we start at 10 p.m. tonight, and we end at midnight. So please tell your friends. And the ones who are coming on later on, please remind them. I will, throughout the course of the program, go back. And OT, if Kevin will remind me, please remind me that we need to tell the people that it's at 10 to midnight. That's Relax with the Rebel. 10 to midnight. Easy like Sunday with the Rebel. We're working on coming back. And I think next week, Kevin, we're coming back next week, Sunday, with special guests. Raleigh. Some of you might have seen Raleigh before. Raleigh from Firehouse, my brethren. He's coming on with members of his band, Dread I Dread, the #1 band out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. So please tune in next week, not tomorrow, a week from tomorrow at 2 p.m. on Reggae Global Radio. 2 p.m. It's the 2 a.m. still sticking on me. 2 p.m. till 4 p.m. So that's not tomorrow, a week from tomorrow, Sunday afternoon, 2 p.m. to 4 a.m. Raleigh and the Dread Eye Dread Band will be in studio. All right. Come reason with Rattigan. We didn't have a program this past Wednesday, but not to worry. We'll be back in full force this Wednesday at 8:30. So make it a date and don't be late. And Dr. Ben, of course, and his crew will be there. Last thing before I go, or before we bring on our first guest, let's continue to pray for Papa Trevor, Ma P, Desmond, Paul, Bunny Jump, big up yourself, my brother, Joanna Marie, Boss Lady, Fittest the Hardest, Dread, Mrs. Nelson, Bob D'Souza, Barry, Mr. Baxter, Sassy Diva, Raleigh, Danny Gopes, and of course, Roland, the valiant one. I hope to have him on soon so he can exchange some ideas with us and tell you about what's going on in his world because this DPP thing, he was my well, I was his co-pilot, he was my co-pilot. You know, we never really have no pilot. The two were just a pilot, the thing, and the two we got the same notices. So or the same notice. So we're gonna talk about that later on. And last but not least, big up our ambassadors. We're going to have a meeting Monday, ambassadors. Sorry about this past Monday. And of course, the one, the only, the lovely producer Joan. Big up yourself. No, Kevin, guess who we have with us as our first guest? All right. Yeah, sure. Sorry. Kevin, that guide me because we get carried away easily. So, our guest today, folks, TT Tamnika Thomas from Risson Community Health. She's here with us in the studios and she's going to give us just prep us for what's going to happen next week. We have Carla Gulata coming on. She's a human rights activist, social activist. We have Dean Dennis, energy consultant. And of course, as mentioned, Shernette Noyes will be here with us to discuss immigration stuff. Engagement norms, be an active listener. Use your time effectively. Be present. Don't go out and come back and start chatting over foolishness without, sitting and absorbing what's going on because we expect you to speak and contribute from a constructive standpoint. Celebrate others' contributions and please enjoy the experience. What else do we have, Kevin, before we bring on? Oh, all right, we'll leave that right there. So that for somebody special. All right.
Yeah, what up on that?
Yeah, anything you want to say before we bring in TT?
No, greetings and salutations, everybody. Make sure y'all have your safety harness put on your helmet. If you need a parachute, grab that. Be prepared because of the rise and the falls that we experience on this broadcast. And let's get ready because we hear the things and we get bits and pieces of it, but we don't get the whole thing. And it's not always about what you see or what is said. Sometimes you have to pay attention to the things that you don't see and the things that are not said.
Mm-hmm.
And those are some of the things that we focus on quite a bit. So go ahead, call your friends, friends of your friends, friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends, and your enemies too. Somebody, anybody, everybody, let them know. Right here, right now. Go ahead as soon as they come on, tell them, click the little thumbs up button so that because that helps with the message, getting the message out. It helps with the mission. So let's everybody get on board, let's everybody get involved. Now we can bring on the rose among the thorns.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, you know her, you love her, the lovely TT. TT, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Hi, Hi, Kevin. How are you?
Hey, TT, I'm
Uh,
good. How you doing?
Doing great. Thank you. Greetings to the viewers and listeners this lovely Saturday afternoon. All right. Well, for those who don't know me, I am Tamika Thomas from Risson Primary Care, and I'm just here to share a little bit about our weight management program with you, kind of prep you for next week because our practitioner, Richard Crookson, is going to be coming on the show. So just prepping you and letting you know what our weight management program entails. And so this program is for anybody struggling to get themselves to a healthy weight um, while maintaining it. Okay, so to get you at that sweet spot. So, in other words, if you lose weight 6 months down the line, you find that you're back in the same place, then this program is for you. And you know what? To be honest, what makes this program effective is our approach. And it's not about just weight loss or medication, putting you on medication to lose weight, then you end up in the same starting point months down the line. It's not about eating less or restrictions and not receiving the proper nutrients. There are many bits and pieces that can impact why you struggle with achieving a healthy weight. And so talking about the nutrition portion of this is that people restrict themselves and oh, I'm gonna be on this fast, or I'm gonna be on this diet, I'm only gonna eat this food, but that is not sustainable for long term. And it's not sustainable for long term. And we are thorough here. We make sure that we do blood work on you and make sure that you're receiving everything in your diet, whether it needs to be also supplementation, because vitamin D, it's hard to get from the sun. A lot of people work in buildings. And so whether you need to be supplemented in conjunction with assistance with the weight in itself, all of those things are part of the program. Also, there are people that struggle with their weight due to health conditions. For instance, women, PCOS. For men, low testosterone. All of those factors are contributing factors as far as not being able to maintain your weight. And so we cater to that entire package and look from the outside looking in. You can have the conversation with us. If you have a unhealthy relationship with food, or you're an emotional eater and struggle, we are here for you to come in when you come to your appointment to have that conversation and how you can change that so you can maintain your results over time. And so that's what makes our program different. We're not here to have you come all year or to just keep you throughout, but we want to see you in a better place. That being said, for those struggling with their weight and they're underweight, maybe due to medications or an illness that, and then they're on medications and they can't maintain their weight and they need to also gain weight, which is also a thing. Believe it or not, we do see patients that deal with those issues. We cater to that as well. So it's weight management all across the board. And if you're struggling with weight gain, weight loss, maintaining your weight, dietary, getting proper nutrition and whatnot, our weight management program is the place you need to start. Doing all of it on your own can be difficult, and can everyone hear me? Just check in the comments. Can we see me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hearing you loud and clear.
And sometimes it's hard to do all this. And people say, oh, I don't know where to start, or I'm starting, I started this year, I'm at the gym, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And it's hard to maintain doing that. And they can't figure out a pace that they want to go with this and make it sustainable and maintainable. We are here for you. We got you. All right. So you can stop by, you can call us for a consultation, you can ask to speak with me if you have any questions about the program in itself, about payment, financing. You can always call and speak to me. So our number is 718-717-2278. We are Risson Primary Care. We're located at 3215 Avenue H, Suite 1P. Again, our phone number is 718-717-2278. So give us a call.
Yes. Hold on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can hear
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Folks, if you look on the screen just below TT, you'll see the website right there. So you can check it out. TT, let me ask you a question. Is there any kind of preparation, or when do you think someone should be concerned about their weight that that then they'll decide, okay, I need to go and because some people they say, hey, I'm a big bone, and they say, yeah, the weight look good on you. So if that's the case, when should I then on my own say I'm gonna, before somebody says you need to go get some some medical assistance? When should I do that?
One of the biggest signs, telltale signs, is just fatigue and just feeling tired, not being able to last throughout your day, where you're not tired by, you get up, you wake up, even if you're getting out of bed 7, 8 a.m., by 2 p.m., 1 p.m., you feel like you're so sleepy, you're always tired, you're sluggish, you're having mobility issues, you're climbing stairs and you're breathless. I mean, those are indicators. It might be also like you're just not getting enough exercise, and there's other
Right.
underlying things going on as well, because there are people that it may seem to be a healthy weight and they're also struggling with that, maybe lung conditions. So the thing is, being that we're all around practice and we cater to primary care, if it is that you need something else, or that just may not be the answer, and there's some underlying condition that is causing you to be in this position. For instance, women with PCOS, like, you can't just come in and just get beat and it goes away, because you need to treat the hormonal imbalances. There's things that are going on that, to get you there, there's a lot more that needs to be done. And so that's where we're well-rounded, and that's where we feel confident in catering to our patients. We know that we can get them there because we treat the things surrounding the weight.
Rebel, I can tell you, one way you can definitely tell is if you have to lean forward to see your feet when you're standing.
That's a good one. Leaning forward to, also, people that struggle with insulin resistance. Yeah, sometimes diabetes and whatnot could be genetic, but diabetes a lot of the time also comes with you being overweight or dealing with obesity issues, so or insulin resistance in itself. So that's also maybe an indicator. Not everybody, but that also may be an indicator. But definitely mobility issues, pain in your joints and feeling like you're slower, you can't move, you can't do certain things. You need to lose a little bit there, right? And if it is not the case, then whatever else is going on, we can treat that for you as well.
Kevin?
Yeah. I'm glad that you coming to make reference to some of these things that we can prepare for next week, TT, because in these times, especially up north in the more temperate regions, when people tend to bundle up a lot, they also consume a little bit more because they're inside more, they exercise less. And so this is the time of year when the girth expansion program comes into play, and we need to be more mindful of that. And so I'm truly appreciative in the fact that you're preparing us for this, moving into this for next week.
Why do I feel like Kevin had to
But never call your name, the rebel. I didn't call your name, sir.
Listen, and the thing is, spring and summer is steadily approaching. The summer come around, everybody want to feel good, they want to look good, they want to go to the outdoor
Get the
event.
summer body ready.
Well, the wine tasting, this, you gotta walk. You have to not, struggle with mobility issues and all of that stuff. And getting you there is created. It's in the summer, in the spring. Right now, it's the winter time. You could take care of yourself, and it's not getting to a summer body, but maintaining this. You're gonna feel great for the summer, but come next winter, we want you to be the same place now. Okay.
TT, why we feel you talk about me too? You shut about you must walk this.
Listen, Will, you're always welcome here. Stop by anytime. You're part of the
I
family.
need it. You see, Kevin, you see me husband, me need the help. You shall say, me need the help.
Throw a stone in a big pen.
The first goat all out and get lick, right?
We're going to do in a big bed.
Then that's not me. I know me. I know me. Well, TT, anything else before you go? I know the big man is somewhere in the room there with you. Wait, hold on. Oh, say hello to him for me.
Listen, I'll tell him hello for you, but we both here at Risson look forward to seeing you guys, meeting you guys. Remember, our address is 3215 Avenue H, Suite 1P. We're located in Brooklyn, New York. And our phone number is 718 717-2278. Follow us on Instagram. We're at Brooklyn Health Clinic on Instagram. Get the conversation started. If you want to just check us out just to see what we're offering, or reach out just to ask some questions, feel free to do so. Always welcome at Risson Primary Care. Okay.
Before you go, I want to ask you a question. Why is it that we can hear you clearly, but when some people sit in that chair, we just can't hear them? I don't know what's going on here.
Maybe his microphone. I don't know. But I want to make sure everybody can hear what I have to see. So
All right, one more time. Give us
he needs to get across.
one more time. Give us your contact details, please.
So it's 718-717-2278 in the heart of East Flatbush, near Flatbush Junction, 3215 Avenue H, Suite 1D.
Right, and folks, if you care to look at the website, it's right below TT. The details are right below TT.
Yes.
So you can just capture that, screenshot that, whatever, and just give them a call. They are more than willing to accommodate you and to go through whatever it is that is not just weight management, but for this segment and next week they're going to be talking about weight management. But they do a range of things at Risson Primary Care. So, TT,
all right.
Thank you so much. Look forward to seeing you soon.
Always a pleasure, of course.
All right. Take care of yourself now.
Take care. Enjoy the rest of the.
All right. All right, folks, we have a few minutes before we get our next guest. And that is...
somebody asked earlier about Prezi. So Prezi has not abandoned us. That's the first thing. So if you're wondering. And just this past Sunday, we were at an event together. And one of our regular listeners saw Prezi. Prezi called me and said I needed to come over to where they were. So I got introduced to this couple that always listens. And for no the life of me, I've been saying their name all week, and now I can't remember what it is. I think it's the Francises. So big ups to you guys. Much love. Thank you for the support, the continued support. Truly appreciate it. Listeners, if you say we're out a road hill, we're up, man, don't afraid. We're people too, just like you. We do everything the same way. So Prezi is working on some things. Prezi is around. He has not abandoned us. Okay. Yes, right.
One second. Not only Prezi, but ISAT. People have been asking about ISAT. ISAT is extremely busy, and the platform is available for him. So and I talk to ISAT on a fairly regular basis. Same thing with Prezi. Prezi is extremely busy. Don't want to go into details and tell you what they're engaged in. Also, you'll notice that Jamaica is with us today. Yeah, and again, they're busy, so has nothing to do with it. But I know there's a tendency to think that something wrong why we don't see them. But no, nothing is wrong.
Kevin is clearly not busy.
Kevin not busy. Kevin. Kevin not busy. So I say, Ms. Kitchen Clark, if you can turn on your video, please. And we're still waiting for Miss Carla
to join us,
so we can move forward. Let's see. While we're waiting,
well,
let me just put up the criminal. Hold on.
You just can't help yourself, can you?
No, not with this. Not with this gentleman here. I forgot to put it up. Hold on a second.
Oh, it's not there. All right, let me grab this. Let me borrow this for a moment. And move this. I don't know what this is.
Yeah, not interested in that.
Don't. No. Don't touch anything there. So, let me switch screens. So, people, those of you who know, we're always doing multiple things over here. Okay, here we go. And sometimes with the links that we have for these articles, they will change.
Again, let me just big up everybody in the chat. Welcome. It's been a very busy week. As usual, we have lots to talk about. And hold on one second.
Here we go.
Okay.
There we go.
All right. Here's a criminal, people. Well, let me see if Carla is here yet. No, Carla is not here yet. Here's a criminal. This gentleman here, Leslie Campbell, found
Convicted.
guilty of breaching the Integrity Commission Act, and he's facing criminal sanctions, a fine, and imprisonment. And we're asking for imprisonment because if you're gonna start addressing the corruption issues, and you see what's going on now, USAID money not coming in no more, right? So the chopping over there, so basically done. So and the corruption index is coming out pretty soon, and I'm sure, our rating on it is not going to be favorable. So we need to show the world that we're serious about fighting corruption in Jamaica. So let's put this criminal in prison and set the tone, because he's not the only one, I suspect, in Parliament who's accused of criminal activity. When I say criminal activity, breaching the IC Act, it's also criminal activity. And here is why it's so important. Here's another one. This lady here, what is Kevin? The one that was hold on. Okay, here it is. All right. This lady here, she's innocent until proven guilty. Let me just make that abundantly clear. This is Mrs. Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, former Speaker of the House, former and current MP. She resigned in disgrace. She ran in the by-election. Her constituency voted her in. She's back. She has a case to answer in the court. And I urge all of you to just go to the Integrity Commission's website and look at the report of investigation. Look at the evidence. Look at what they've collected against her. And then you kind of get a sense as to why she resigned. But I'll say no more except that she deserves a fair trial. Not like some people who get unfair trial in Jamaica. She deserves a fair trial, and she's going to get a fair trial. And we will go from there. We're waiting to see what evidence will be presented, how the evidence will be presented, and whether or not it's convincing enough for a jury to say beyond a reasonable doubt she is guilty. We don't know. We'll watch. We'll wait. But she's next to go before the court. And then I want to show you this. This happened about 2 weeks ago, January 29th, less than 2 weeks ago. This gentleman, Mr. Robert Menendez, I don't know how many of you follow American politics, but this senator was one of the most powerful senators. And hold on one second, Kevin. I'm getting a call from Carla.
Okay. So one thing we've come to realize is that depending on the system that you're in and the people who are being held accountable and the ones that are doing the holding, there are some that will get away with things. We've seen where nations have turned around their economy and the growth of their nation by taking steps to make sure to curb certain things, corruption being one of them. So transparency is important. We have a way in Jamaica of keeping things secret. We keep our health secret. We keep our trials and tribulations secret. We keep our successes secret sometimes. We have a way of doing that. And so here it is. We have individuals who are caught with their hands in the cookie jar. And instead of calling them out, we find a way to somehow keep it secret. Those who can ask the questions and those who can answer them. Well, hush hush about it. I don't know if it's something that is coming up from early days. I don't know if it's something that people have caught on to recently. Whatever it is, we need to move away from it. So here it is. We have a person of influence and power, as we know it, being caught, not just caught, exposed. And here it is in the news, imprisoned. So if you deserve to be imprisoned, let's go. Let's get it done. You're muted, Rebel.
Is here with us. So let's just pull off on this, finishing up this segment here on the criminal in the United States and the criminal in Jamaica. We hope that the criminal in Jamaica will get a similar treatment as the criminal in the US received, regardless of how powerful or otherwise he might be. Look, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me bring on Carla Gulata. She is the executive director of Stand Up for Jamaica. You've seen her here before, and she is back. And by the way, she's in the news. I don't know how many of you actually read the Observer, but there's a very, very informative article about her and mental health, and we're going to talk about that as well. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Carla Gulata. Carla, welcome.
Hey, what's up?
You
How
tell
is
me.
everybody there?
Yeah, you're back.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
How was Italy?
Italy was cold. When I say cold, I mean cold. But it was nice to see the family, so it was a nice time.
Okay, good. So now you're back home, right?
Long time. I am here since the beginning of January, so
Okay, good.
yeah.
All right.
I was happy to come back, I tell you the truth.
Okay, glad to hear. Listen,
Yeah.
I want to get to you. I want to talk to you about the article, but before that, I want to talk to you about the things that you're doing, because you sent me some products made by some of the people that you were responsible for nurturing, caring for, and all of that. So I want to give you the chance to really talk about that, and then we'll get into the article. Talk to us about what you're doing with those folks over in Portland.
That is something which I really am very happy if we can talk about, because those items that you say they look pretty, they do, and they are produced by the Shelter of the Homeless Portland Rehabilitation, where I am the director since 1.5 years, and I made some changes. So it's not that the people are there because they're mentally ill and nobody cares. We do care, and we discover I discover also, I am learning a lot from them, that they have a tremendous potential. So if you give them the possibility, according to their little weakness or pathologies to do, they do a lot. So one of the activities was craft. They are creative, they love colors, they match items, and we produce some little craft for two reasons. One, trying to generate a little income because we are always broke, really broke. And two, because I think that it is very useful for them to be doing, to be showing, and we participate to local craft market. There is one at Winifred Beach in Portland every once per month. So it's a good occasion to showcase, but it's also an excellent occasion for them to stay among everybody, feel nice, do not be stigmatized, eat and drink. And the last Sunday we went, they were also dancing. It was very nice. So I'm proud of them because I think they are progressing a lot. We try to face all the challenges of the financial thing through the GoFunding that we have been launching, but we are going to close it in a couple of weeks because we need the money that has been donated. Otherwise, we won't reach the end of March, so we will close it soon. And it is a way somehow to showcase that another avenue is possible. Instead of people there almost sleeping with this big injection that they are basically unsound, they are very active, they are very productive. Each one of them has taken some tasks. We raise chicken, we raise rabbits, we have a little vineyard, we had some pop choy, some plantains. They really are very responsive, and I think that is what is also supporting our campaign on mental illness in Jamaica.
But, I noticed that you collaborated with the public law chambers, and you
Yeah.
produced a report titled "Breaking Barriers: An Inclusive Approach to Mental Illness." And it is your position that young people in Jamaica, they're not getting enough attention as far as mental health is concerned. Uh, Explain that.
Will, can I ask you a question? What
Sure.
happened to Miss Clark?
To who?
Miss Clark,
I don't know.
she was supposed to be on the program today.
I know. I sent her. She got the thing, and we don't see her. Oh, she's
She-
here. She's here, but she's
Just haven't seen her.
we
Miss
haven't
Clark,
seen her.
you have to click where I didn't click, down the bottom of the page.
Miss Clark, you have to click down at the bottom of the page.
Well, she's there. She just needs to turn on her camera.
Let me see. Yeah, because I was there and I didn't realize, and I was sitting there, and then Will explain me what to do.
Let me put her up right there. There she is. Miss Clark, feel free to join us whenever you can. All right. So, Carla, talk to us about this report that was produced, and what was the driving force behind it?
That is something which has been growing on the grounds from our experience. We work in the prisons, as a lot of people know, is our major project. We work a lot with juveniles. We work with abused women on gender-based violence. And all our people that we meet, the majority of them has some mental disabilities, some mental challenges, some trauma. Most of them are generated by traumas, like something happened in their life and they were not able to cooperate, right? And in the prisons, we discovered something which was one of the most horrendous infringements of rights. 340 mentally ill detained since 30 and odd years without being brought in front of a court.
Wow.
The majority of them, no trial, not at all. Why? Because they cannot advocate for themselves because they are mentally ill. So they say that they are unfit to plead, but they fit to pay for something. It was something that I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. There were people which were detained. One died, by the way, for starvation, and they were detained there without being sentenced. So that was opening a window on the fact that there are rights which cannot be ignored in any way. And I got some serious help from Terence Williams, because Terence Williams, which is actually the attorney of the chamber, he was the previous director of Indecom. And it was through the Indecom report that it was made public. And it was a general scandal because everybody was realizing there were 300 people there lost in the system in conditions which were absolutely deplorable. So that opened the dancing floor because we saw that and we decided to work on that and we tried to take them out, but it was very difficult because each one of them, we had to do it individually. For each one of them we had to find somebody willing to represent him. So try to find the family after 30 years. The families were very difficult to find. The documents were extremely earthquakes, hurricanes, the folders were disappearing. Nobody was knowing where the family was living anymore. So it was really challenging. And it also was very challenging for the families because they didn't even remember them. And obviously, all those families are poor families. So they were not particularly happy when we were telling them, you want him back, because it was a burden. Financially, it was a problem. Emotionally, it was a problem. In terms of know how to deal with their pathology, it was another problem. So we were moving very slowly, and we got a few. And when they were out, we also had to try to support the families with some money, because otherwise they couldn't manage it. So we decided now to go with an affidavit with challenging the Supreme Court, because what I want to see happening is not only if it's possible to get them out, but what I want to see happening is that it's not going to happen again. So the policy paper is requiring that somebody which is mentally ill is not ending in a prison, is ending in an institution where he can be as properly assisted. So that's where we start.
Kevin?
I'm here. Yep. No. I was just listening in and trying to figure out what's going on with Miss Clark over here. Not getting on.
You know what I'm gonna do? Can I make a phone call?
Sure.
It looks terrible if I call while we are on the program.
No, go ahead, do you think?
It looks like she is getting something here. Okay. All right, so we'll just mute Carla's line.
Hey.
Okay, so we'll just mute Carla's line. Well,
Yeah. So folks, Kevin was talking about the Senator Robert Menendez, who was sentenced to 11 years in prison for bribery and being a foreign agent. When they say foreign agent, I guess he was unregistered, and diaspora people, I don't know about that, and obstruction offenses. 11 years in prison, and we have one in Jamaica now who's facing the judge for sentencing, not for a trial, for sentencing, and we're asking that no mercy be shown to him, because we have to do something about this corruption.
I am back.
All
Are
right.
you hearing
Here we
me
go.
now?
Now we're joined by Miss Clark.
Ah,
Miss
Yes,
Clark,
we're
how are
here.
you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good to have
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Yeah, Carla, go ahead and introduce Miss Clark, please.
Clark, which had some technical challenges, same as I did, is stand up for Jamaica, project manager and also administrator. She is a special person to me because she is working like a mad woman, but also she is extremely committed because somehow she had some experience about prisons, so she knows what we are talking about, and she has such an expertise that she has been invited by Incarceration Nation, which is this international agency based in the United States but operating all over the world. She has been invited to South Africa to represent Jamaica. So it is particularly interesting, and I am proud that she accepted to work with us, really.
Miss Clark,
Yes,
again,
sir.
welcome.
Thank
Give us
you.
a sense of who Catrian. How do you pronounce your first name?
It's
Catrian, Catrian,
Catrian.
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 Yeah.
Mhm.
Give us a sense of who Catrian Clark is. Because Carla's telling us all these wonderful things about you, and that's
Should I
good.
say something bad?
No,
No, no, no.
If you want, I can.
no.
Well, professionally, I work at Stand Up as the administrator and the project coordinator. I also teach at Tower Street Correctional. I teach CSEC accounting, which is very fulfilling for me. Um, Personally, I am a mother of two boys. The older is 19 and the younger one turns 11 in a week. So, I mean, I'm a go-getter. I try not to have anything that is people would deem to be negative, hold me back. I always see those things as stepping stones, to pave the way for the future. So very optimistic, very hardworking. Always try to assist other people, sometimes to the detriment of myself. But that's the type of person that I am. But yeah, I enjoy working with the company and I enjoy working especially with inmates.
Catrian, I have to ask it.
Mhm.
It's a very obvious question. And
Yeah.
it's this. Why this organization? I mean, you say you teach accounting or something that you could be doing it somewhere else and making probably a lot more money. So what was the attraction? Or what is the attraction?
Well, to be honest, as Carla said, I have experience within the system and being someone who has gone through the system and see all of the pitfalls and things that are going wrong, things that could be changed. I thought that working with a company would help me to make a difference, which it has. And that's why
Mhm.
I say that my role there is very, very fulfilling for me, because not only do I get to work from the administrative side where I work with the teachers that we hire or the facilitators that we hire, but I also get to interact one-on-one with persons who society deem to be, you know, they're nobodies. Because,
Mhm.
once you're in prison, for regard whatever it is that you're there for, people tend to, the stigma writes you off. It puts you in
Mhm.
a place where when you do reintegrate with society, you're not the same. You're never gonna be the same. You're not gonna be seen as the same. You're not gonna have the same opportunities that you had before. So our working in the prison is a way of assisting with the rehabilitation process, helping the inmates to see that, yeah, you buck your toe, but you can still get up back, you can still make a difference, you can change your life, you can change your mindset, you can, make something better of yourself than what you went in as.
Mhm. Mhm. Kevin?
You said, hi. Catherine, welcome to the
Mhm.
broadcast.
Thank you.
You said you've been through the system.
Hmm.
What exactly you mean? You've been incarcerated and gone
Yes,
through
I
this
have.
rehabilitation
Yes, I
process?
have. Hmm.
So, for you going back in and
Hmm.
working with these inmates,
Hmm.
do you find that it is more, you are more accepted, and two, the fact that they can now learn something new, or those who have had some experience with it, focus a little
Hmm.
bit more on what you're presenting. Do you find that to be the case where they're more locked in, they're more keen on getting something done?
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. Where I work, it's a male institution, and
Hmm.
you know it. I mean, it's gonna be the norm. If males are locked away for how many years, some of them decades, they don't see women, they don't get to interact with women, on a one-on-one basis, then for them that's gonna spark an interest to participate in the programs. So I've shared my story and they know and they see it as motivation because, as I said, once you have a record, it's seen that you're not going to be able to do anything with your life.
Right.
Like you're written off and that's the end of you. And I was determined not to make that my final stop. So I try to use it as a way of motivating them for them to see that, yes, this happened, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. So yeah,
Right.
they are motivated. As a matter of fact, whenever we have like when we're starting a new school year, based on the class sizes, there can't be more than 14 persons in the class at a time for most of the subjects. And
Hmm.
every year we have an issue where, especially the subjects that are taught by females in the institution, they tend to be overpopulated because, the men, yes, they're coming to full their eyes, but at the same time, it's a push for them. They don't want to disappoint. They want to ensure that, they show you that they're there, but they can still do something with their lives and make a difference.
Uh, uh, go ahead, Carla.
Oh, you're muted. Hold on.
Go ahead, Carla.
Go again, Carlos.
I say I agree 100% with what Miss Clark has stated until now, and I want to explain three things. One, stand up is working on rehabilitation, and if you want to promote rehabilitation, and we believe it, we are due to employ some of the people. We have more than one person working in our organization, and they are doing well. So it's a way also for us to be practicing what we are preaching. One. Secondly, we have ex-inmates which are not doing very well. Yesterday, me and Miss Clark, we were discussing about one case which has been begging to get a job. He was not consistent. He has been changing the job. He has been begging to get a different driver's license. We had to pay for it. Miss Clark find him a job and he has disappeared, he never called. So not everybody is successful, but some of them are very successful. We have a couple of them which were incarcerated. One now is the leader of a human rights NGO and he's doing very well. So the famous second chance, it's somehow also depending from the individual, right? He has to decide
Mhm.
which part of the wall he wants to stay. But a lot is depending from the opportunity they do not receive. And in fact, we have been introducing a lot of activities which we call entrepreneurship, which is a way for them to find a job without going to apply And then when they learn where they are coming from, they slam the door on their faces, which is not right. So I think that what has been said until now show, hey, we have people at the university level in 3 of the institution. They are students of the Commonwealth Caribbean University, and they study international finances. And all of them, apart one, have been graduating. So it can be done.
Listen, Carla, we're running out of time. But here's
Oops.
no, but I want to ask you and Katrian a question before you go. And it has to do with financing. You said that for the crafts, at least you said when the crafts that they make provides a source of income, not much, but it provides a source of income. Now, we have heard where the U.S. government is
Last Sunday, we went, as I told you, to Winifred Beach, and all what we made was 5,600 Jamaican dollars, which basically is 35 US. Better than
Right.
nothing.
All right. So the question is, we have heard that the U.S. government is pulling back on some of the funding that it used to provide to Jamaica. And you mentioned gender-based violence, and I think that's one of the things where they said they're not going to be financing through USAID. Have you experienced? Well, first of all, are you affected by any of these cuts? And if you're not affected by these cuts, tell us about the source of your funding, because I do know that you met with several high-ranking foreign officials in Jamaica recently. And is that going to help funding going forward?
Well, let me be very honest. Sometimes we are beggars, right? We are really begging for funds. But we have to be down to earth. If I want to help 1,600 inmates, 600 women, 150 children, 150 homeless, or I have funds, or the projects are not quality projects. So we beg. We are not directly affected from the UN in this moment because we are not running a project under any UN agency. And I give thanks and praises because we have a lot of other agencies and NGO in Jamaica which are desperate because they have seen the money disappearing. I think that is brutal. I think, I'm sorry, but I want to be very, very straight. I think that the political choices of the United States are depriving all poor people from the possibility to be helped. And I don't think that is, for a human rights defendant, is totally, completely unacceptable. So actually we get funds from Sandals Foundation, from the German embassy in Kingston through them. We get some funds from the Caribbean vulnerable community, but for example, them, they will be heavily affected because they have funds for HIV and for vulnerable people and for LGBTQ community, and they do a very good job. I wonder what's going to happen to them. I'm really sorry if I think about. And then often we have funds from the European Union.
And the American Friends of Jamaica.
Also the American Friends of Jamaica, because the American Friends of Jamaica are fantastic because most of them are part of the diaspora, right? Most. And so they know what happened in Jamaica, and even if they live in the United States, they are extremely present. I would love to see in other countries the same self-awareness that Jamaicans in the States have towards Jamaica. It is really amazing. Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, in your parting comments, make a plea to them. They watch us all over the world, so please make a plea to them, and then I'll get to Katrian, have some final words from her, and then I'll come back to you, Carla. But make a plea to them.
Should I make a plea? You know about Jamaica. You know about the problems in Jamaica. You know about the current situation, which is increasing the problems. And you know that you don't forget it. Give us a help. If you want to help the shelter, there is a GoFunding, and you can go on a Stand Up Instagram page, Facebook page, and you will see the link. If you want to help other people, contact us. We can give you the phone number of the office. We can give you our email. We are happy to work with you. You work with us, please.
And
Go ahead
the
and
name
share
of
that contact information, please, Carla.
The information is the office number is 1948-8973.
876 876-948-8973. And
Yeah.
the email address is standupforjamaica2@gmail.com.
All right. And people, please do not forget the name of the
You know,
organization.
Will, what I would love to see, not well, if we receive funds, obviously we are extremely happy. But I would love to see also to hear some feedback from those living abroad and knowing what we do, because they have a good knowledge, so their opinion could be extremely important.
Well, what we should do is we should plan on having you for a longer period and have some other people as well and have a panel discussion, and
Yeah.
then with the plea from there. But hold that thought. Let me just bring in Katrin and have her say some parting words, and then I'll come back to you, Carla.
Well, as I said before, I think that, us working with inmates, with persons that suffer from gender-based violence, we also work in the schools to promote gender-based violence awareness, as well as with the shelter. I would love if persons would come on board to assist us, because, as you said, funding is not easy, especially for a non-profit organization. We heavily depend on grant fundings and donations. So if possible, and we can, get some help coming our way, we'd really, really, really appreciate it. And the persons that are, beneficiaries, I'm sure they would also appreciate.
All right. Look, thank you for coming. We definitely will have you back on. And let me just give the final word to Carla. Carla, go ahead, please.
Just want to say that, by the way, we are huge because we have a staff between full-time and part-time, which is over 25, 6 people, which are all of them, apart the 4 in the office, working on the grounds in the most difficult environment. Allow me to big them up. They do a very good job. They know how to deal to the most difficult situation, and I am proud of the all of them, very. So thank you for having us today. We are ready to come back anytime you want.
Yeah.
All right. Look, thanks to both of you. And we definitely will have you back. And we're going to have it like a panel discussion. We're going to invite some more people. And then we'll get into it. And then we can also do a fundraiser at the same time. So, because I know the funds are desperately needed, because the things that you do, you just cannot do it out of your own pockets or just out of the goodness of your heart. Funding must come from someplace. And
Can I make a proposal, Will?
Sure.
In the next time, whenever, I want to talk about this famous article that you saw on the Observer about the juveniles,
Mhm.
about children in Jamaica. It
Okay.
is very, very, very challenging, and I really would love to share it with you guys.
All right. Looking forward to it. You have my promise.
Right.
Can I
Uh,
say
Thank you so much for
blessings?
having us.
Go ahead, please.
Thanks for having us.
Blessings.
Yeah. Take care, ladies. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Take
All right,
care.
you
Thank
too.
you both for joining
All right.
in. Y'all take care. Okay.
All right, folks. Quite interesting. Those ladies are, I don't want to call them pioneers, but they're really standing up for Jamaica, doing stuff that some people would say the government should be doing. It's not doing, and they're an NGO, and without them, Jamaica would be in far worse condition than it is right now. Because as you heard, yeah, as you heard what she said, she wants to come back and talk about the children, because I read the article. In fact, I suggest if you get a chance, go read the article. It's let me tell you what it's entitled. It's entitled Nobody has time for them. And it's an Observer article, February 8th, today, actually. Take a few minutes, read the article, because Carla and her colleague will be coming back, and this is one of the topics that we will be discussing, and it's very timely, very topical, and so needed. Because when you read the article, you'll understand why I said, because she gives, she gives all the reasons why we should be focused on children, um, because we see their behavior, their manifest behavior as a result of what's going on at home, or what is not going on at home. So, all right. Thanks to both ladies for joining us and sharing their thoughts. Now, on the note, so we like big up, anything in the community, people try a thing, or do something, entrepreneurship. Um, just somebody told me last night. Was it last night? No, it was 2 nights ago. Uh, a Nigerian guy. He said to me, "There's a certain part of Nigeria. I think it's West Nigeria or whatever." He said, "You guys are from that part of Nigeria because," he said, "the people there, they don't take no for an answer." And this guy, he's been around Jamaicans a long time in New York, and he said, if there's somebody who's raising Cain about something that's not going right, it's gonna be a Jamaican person. The women and the men. He said they just don't sit back like a lot of other nations would do. They don't sit back and take things. Them something if something biting them, go and scream out. And so what we like to do around here is, as part of our acknowledgement of the kind of people we are, fearless people, people who know what it is like to struggle and succeed. We bring on people from time to time, people involved in business, people involved in charitable organization, people involved in sports, so on and so forth. Today's no exception. We have a young lady here. She's doing magnificent work, and I want to highlight her and her exploits. Kevin, do me the favor and bring on this wonderful, beautiful young lady so everybody can see her and talk to her. Miss Dean Dennis. Well,
Hey.
Dean, if you could do us a favor and just adjust a little bit, whether to pull out a little bit and up a little
Up a little.
shot,
there
Okay.
and you went up,
you go.
and you're
All right.
A
Little bit like that.
no, down a little bit. Perfect. It's
Okay.
on too far.
Oh,
Is
too
it
far.
yeah. That's it. That's
Okay.
you're looking good. There we go.
Thank you.
And big ups to the cheerleaders and production team behind you. Well, in front of
Bye.
All
the
right.
production team, I have to big them up too because they're a part of this. They help you to be who
Yeah.
you are.
Yes. And today's my mom's birthday too, Lillian.
Big up,
Happy
big her up
birthday,
for me. Big her up.
birthday, Lillian, Miss Lillian. Blessed birthday.
No,
Right.
welcome, Miss Dennis.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Not a word. No worries at all. Tell us, who is Dean Dennis, please.
Well, I guess I could say I of course I grew up in Jamaica, and I what did I wasn't quite prepared to actually speak a lot about myself, but I grew up in Jamaica, started out with dancing, and then when I was in school, and then went on to doing all the sciences, I guess. A bit of a nerd into anime and all that stuff. And then eventually I was flip flopping. I was doing chemistry, I did law, I did psychology, it was all over the place until I eventually settled on business. So I majored in business administration. I did a master's in business administration from Edinburgh Business School. So that's my background and my school history. Fast forward, I found myself I had a child, and then I realized he was a little bit different. So I decided to come to the US because of the need that I had for him, medical need wise, right? And so for a while, I was focused on that. And then eventually I decided, okay, I need to get back into business. What did I want to do? And I said, I had my sights set on working for Tesla. But after doing my research on the companies and everything, I decided to pivot into renewable energies, but not through Tesla, but through through other programs. And I found myself working with this company called Sunrun, and from there they were the perfect fit for what I wanted to do as it relates to affording you know finding new ways of generating energy for homeowners, and it being something I've always wanted to take back to Jamaica. I was like, okay, I'm gonna get my feet wet here, I'm gonna learn as much as I can, and then one day, once I'm good enough and I've acquired enough knowledge of the whole process and the mechanism and the tools and everything, then that's something I definitely want to take back to Jamaica.
Mm-hmm. So, talk to us. Oh, go ahead, you were going to say something, Kevin?
Oh, go ahead, and
Yeah.
let me just get this ready.
Talk to us
Mhm.
about your affiliation with, is it Sunrun?
Sunrun, yeah, it's one of the programs I'm affiliated with. So essentially, we we know that the sun is capable of generating power, right? A lot of persons aren't aware of the whole process behind that. And so in the US here, they have the what should I say? They have built up programs for both businesses and residential homeowners to acquire solar panel technology and using that to actually power your homes and your businesses rather than just uh, uh
The
what should
electric
I
grid.
say? Yeah, rather than just depending on gas and green emissions and you know, oil drilling and all of that, fracking and all of that, where it definitely of course there's a cost factor to it was really high. Also, it's the old way of producing power for your home and it's not cost effective, and your business, of course, is not so cost effective. So, and you know, in Jamaica, we kind of have that. Um, we don't. I don't want to put GPS under the bus, but their power is not reliable. You know, so even back home, I would always be thinking of why don't we have solar panels and why aren't we using the sun to power our homes? And so coming to the US, I was heavily focused on finding programs that could do that, and I ended up finding programs for both, that I mentioned, residential and also commercial property owners. And I've been trained now, and I have a lot of expertise in understanding how to leverage the different state and federal and property tax credits that are given to homeowners and businesses to offset the cost of going solar, which was traditionally expected to be something for only the rich, right? Only the rich could afford to get a loan or to buy a system that costs thousands of dollars and get it on their home. But now we have programs making it way more accessible to everybody, literally. Yeah, we've breaking the barrier that they had initially had set to prevent certain classes of people being able to access solar energy.
Kevin?
So you looked a lot at, and welcome again, Dean.
Thank you.
Operating in a U.S. economy, U.S. structure.
Mhm.
You mentioned this for Jamaica.
Mm,
What?
eventually. Mhm.
Okay, so you're looking to expand into Jamaica,
At some
presenting.
point, yes. Not
Got you.
there quite yet because, all right, so there's this concept that people think that solar panels typically get cheaper with time, and that hasn't necessarily been what we find been happening because the technology improves on it, meaning for each panel, we're finding bigger outputs, but it's not really in sense of, well, so there's more output per panel in kilowatts, right? Kilowatt hours. But at the same time, it's not necessarily transferring into a reduction in the cost of a panel. So the US have this program called NYSERD, or New York State Energy Renewable um, program, right? Development program. And essentially, they call it as a part of their taxes and the property taxes of if in New York, of course, they've built in ways to cover the cost associated with in putting panels on people's homes and as well as businesses. So they have a subsidized program that covers the cost. So the homeowners coming into it, they don't have to pay for install for permitting other panels. They are able to do a site survey, get an assessment going if their home is able to qualify. And a lot of things that could make a homeowner qualify, is like things like the quality of the roof, the trees, so many different things. So the thing is, get qualified, and if you do meet the requirements, if it's safe enough for your home to go, if it's safe enough for your business to go, the government is willing to put the panels on your property for you. And of course, you get a reduced electricity rate as well.
So what are some of the challenges that you're facing as you look to implement or to move into Jamaica?
Well, currently cost is still high. It's not low enough as yet to get us into Jamaica. Um, So that's one of the major things. And then the expertise required to do the install is not readily available. We don't have a lot of technicians that have that know-how. I personally only know of probably 3 or 4 different technicians that are coming to Jamaica and doing it. So Jamaicans don't have a subsidized program through the government, one, and two, they don't have the knowledge base as yet. We would definitely need to implement some sort of training and grabbing more people from our current market here in the US that could actually, help those down there to get going.
You know,
Currently,
no, finish, please.
currently the main models that are available in Jamaica is you have to buy a system from scratch. I have helped a couple homeowners to do that, like we would order from China or wherever else that we have access to panel. I mean, we have American made panels, but those are more expensive, of course. But then China has a bigger market for selling them. So we do have like the wherewithal to like get you panels shipped from there to Jamaica, but then the install is also a thing. Most of the times the guys that are installing have to fly from here in the US to Jamaica to actually install the panels. So it's not the most cost effective, but it does save you a lot in the long run for those homeowners that have to come out of pocket and buy it. Now, in New York and New Jersey and Connecticut, homeowners don't have to come out of pocket to go solar. It's $0 to them to go solar. And a lot of the times for businesses, it's just a matter of being able to businesses would definitely have to get a loan still. However, between the state, the federal property tax abatement and the carbon emission tax credits that they would get, they would have realized the cost associated with going solar within the first year of going in terms of the tax refunds and rebates. They'll literally get it all back by the end of the first year. So we do have that advantage here in the US. I try to encourage as many homeowners as well to reach out to me and look into the process of your home going solar as well. I think there was supposed to be a link somewhere around here to the profile page that kind of explains what the process looks like. And how and why it's no cost to you as a homeowner to actually get going, and how like I know a lot of persons wanted to do it before and they were like, oh, you had to pay to get this done or pay to get that done, or you had to get a perfect credit score for you to be able to even to look into the program. We've removed all, if not most of those barriers. It just depends on your location where you are. I could say which program would fall in line with what your needs are.
You know, where is it? What was it? Sharon Pearson she put a comment in the chat. She said JPS not gonna allow it. Now, to the best of my knowledge,
They
in terms
do.
oh, okay. Talk about
You
that.
have to have a battery. You just have to have a battery. So the persons that I personally know have helped to put their own system in the Jamaican market, they always have to have a battery because, all right, so solar works with the sun in the day. Literally 2 to 3 hours out of the day, most times enough to run your home for the day. And you're gonna find yourself producing excess power throughout the course of the day. Now, here in the US, we have a program called a net metering, where the energy is sent back to the provider, whether it be Con Ed or PSCNG, and then the homeowner is able to pull back from that in the night because there's no sun in the night. Jamaica does not have that, but we do also have batteries that you could store your energy yourself, and so therefore your own what we call a virtual power plant, and you're not depending on JPS, and you're able to pull your energy from that in the night, and then in the daytime you'll also be able to recharge those batteries to keep the loop going. You see what I'm saying? We do that here
Right.
in New York as well, especially for Long Island. Not so much for the five boroughs.
The reason why I ask is because, well, let me ask you this. If you have solar energy,
Mhm.
can you turn around and sell that to your neighbors? Can you say, hey, I'm going to some power and give me some money? Can you do that?
I mean, you could have what we consider that to be like a solar farm or community solar programs. We do have that here in the US. We could definitely replicate that model in Jamaica, just similar to like Windalco with their wind farm. The whole community gets energy from that wind farm in Jamaica. And they're allowed to do that. Of course, there is no regulations in Jamaica that says that you cannot produce enough energy for you and a couple of your neighbors. There's nothing that stops that from happening.
Okay, because I was under the impression that there's a law that says essentially that JPS is the only provider that can sell
It's
power.
a monopoly, of course. And of course, looking at it, we're not saying start a whole company that's now going to rival JPS because they have the monopoly. That's not what I'm saying. But companies on these, like for example, if you were to do a small project that could cover 10 to 15 houses or whatever, even a small community, just similar like Windalco. Windalco has been there for years, right? You guys know of Windalco with the windmill farms and stuff like that?
Yes.
They
In
just have one
It's
yeah, in
Manchester.
Manchester. It's been
Yeah.
there for years. And they don't have a problem, and they do that, right?
So why is
So
it we don't see more of this then? Why is it we don't see, like communities getting together and say, all right, we're going to pool our resources and put up a solar farm and can provide the power for our community? Why is it that we don't see that? Is it because
because we're not thinking about it, no. Because if we pull together, the cost is no longer a factor.
all right?
Hmm.
So do you have a plan then to educate people about this so that they can start um, looking into the possibility of having a community type provider, like, well, not to the size of Windalco, but like a small community
A
where they can.
smaller community. So far, yes and no. No, yes, in the sense that I've been doing it on a more personal level with people, with homeowners that I've installed here in New York and New Jersey. They also say, "Oh, D, I have a property back in Jamaica, and I'm also interested in doing this because it works so well for me here in the US." And I say, "Okay," and I put them on. I help them through the process of getting the panels to Jamaica shipped to them and stuff like that. And then I will have a colleague. Well, he's currently in Australia. No, that's so good he's been doing, but he would fly to Jamaica literally every weekend, and he'd be doing inside like 3 or 4 installs in a day, and then he would fly back to the US because he does work with the same company that I do work here. This is something also that we've been looking at. I've spoken to like one gentleman in Africa as well. He had a program going for commercial properties over there, and it's something that we also want to like build up. It's just a matter of not getting the right support, not getting, the amount of information, getting it out there, and being able to mobilize persons to actually start looking into it more and saying, okay, we want to do this. A lot of Jamaicans don't even know about it,
One
right?
question for
Mhm,
one question before I bring in Kevin. One question: the government uh, has made promises time and time again that it's going to do
mhm,
something about decreasing the cost of power in Jamaica, and they mentioned renewable energy.
mhm.
Have you reached out to them? Have they reached out to you? Do you plan to reach out to them in terms of maybe a collaboration uh, to do something even on a small scale, as we were just discussing?
Honestly, no, I have not ever reached out to anyone in the government. Um, again, I guess I'd say I've just reached a point where I felt like I have gained enough knowledge and have done enough projects here in the US to say I'm more confident in now expanding back to Jamaica. Um and so essentially I am very open to doing that and moving that into the next phase as well and seeing if I could actually get something going.
Kevin.
It's I find it interesting that as resourceful a people as we are as Jamaicans, um, that we don't have more people in Jamaica that would have the skill set to do this. But like you said, because the need isn't there, I guess the skill set isn't there either.
Right.
However, are there programs that you know of where people in Jamaica could learn how to do it? Do you know of any um, technical programs where people from
Here
Jamaica
in
would try out or
no,
people,
so
you know, if anything like that?
no, everybody that I know that have gotten this education like myself did it here in the US. I personally don't know of any programs or anything back home that would have it. I guess the onus would be on persons like me and myself essentially to maybe one day build a program back home that will do just that.
Mm. So
Yeah.
you're saying then if there is such an institution that could train individuals, certify them to perform these tasks in Jamaica,
Yes. Yeah.
that
And
opens up.
and at the baseline of it, we're talking about people that do the technical work would also need to be at the baseline electricians, licensed electricians at the baseline.
Correct.
Hmm.
So then it opens up the avenue for business to now flow from here in the US with your
Hmm.
company or
Right.
your business into people's homes in Jamaica.
Right.
All right. Well, Dean, I tell you what. Uh, Again, can't remember if you did, but please provide the contact details because I'm sure people are going to be reaching out to you. People who live here and would like to get solar panels installed, as well as people who live in Jamaica and they would like to get solar panels installed. I'm particularly interested too about that small base community program. Where you can do like a solar farm for a few homes at a time.
Yeah,
That's
Mhm.
attractive to me.
that is very
Right.
interesting.
Yes. So my interest here is to my focus. I want to educate more Jamaicans here in New York as well because I feel the more of us here in New York that have this experience, that experience it here, even though we don't have the same programs back home, but once we're able to realize the actual level of savings, the benefits in terms of getting your property taxes paid off for you for up to 4 years, and that's for both business and residential, right? The $5,000 tax credit that they give you here, the more people in our diaspora here in the New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, the more of us that actually experience these sort of programs and you know exactly how it worked for you, then because I tend to find majority of the interest that I get for people down in Jamaica, I would have met them doing their project, their home here first. Then
Mhm.
it led into that. Right.
All right.
Do you
Well,
operate in New York and the just in New York that you operate anywhere else in the US?
So we do 28 states, to be honest. We are in Georgia, Florida, and there's a long list. And I always say to persons, if you're interested in reducing, and I'm not gonna pretend like for your residential home, you're not gonna go rich going solar, of course. But we're talking about $1,000 worth of savings being put in back into your pocket as homeowners. And then on the business side of it, um, I find a lot of business they benefit greatly in terms of savings into the millions for them because a lot of them have a monthly bill of 10,000. US dollars per month for a business, right? And that's partly because they have this thing called a demand charge when they, for example, for manufacturing warehouses or like anything that has high mechanical expenditure. And when they're turning on those machineries, they pull a huge load from the grid. And that's the baseline of what their bill will be for the rest of the month or for the rest of the week, for the rest of the day. And so companies that own their own building, of course, for both homeowners, residential and commercial, you do have to own the property. You can't do it as renters unless you have the approval of the owner of the property. But we find that they benefit the largest in terms of massive savings into the millions, and also tax benefits and being able to offset a lot and depreciate the cost of the program of the system itself over a period of time. So you're able to reduce your tax liability and stuff. So there's just so many benefits. And what I want to see is more Jamaicans dialing into this here in New York and other states as well. So much so that we're getting the experiences, we're building the confidence in it so that I'm not the only person thinking, let's bring this back to Jamaica. And it's just not a one-off. Like my friend, um, Marvin, he just called me and he was like, "Oh, I want a system for my one house there. Oh, my sister have a sister, Sharon have a house over there. I want to do, but I kind of want to get it on more of a focus where we're putting more emphasis into this because I mean, if we look at the fallouts and effects of, I grew up with asthma, right? And air quality is something that I'm concerned about. And everybody should also be concerned about things like these. If you know somebody that has asthma, and just that's just at the baseline, thinking of your environment and just making sure that you're doing a positive impact on your environment. Think back to when the pandemic happened and how everybody was inside and how the environment cleaned up, and they were saying all these things about the ozone quality improving, CO2 carbon emissions being down just for the months of us staying in. And I was able to breathe easier as well. But we don't want to just be like us, just nilly willy, just here or there. Maybe we might, maybe we do. We do want to start doing things more focused and intentional about our environment. And this is one that is actually very good for just that.
You know, some Kathleen mentioned Vector Institute. I'm not sure if that's a Jamaican outfit or if it's. I'm sure you have local businesses here in Jamaica that does it, and that's training people to install solar panels. Do you know anything about that?
So while I was in Jamaica, I was in education. I did work with a couple of different universities down there for a while. And I do remember doing adjacent programs like construction project management and all these different, but I never in actually, and this is me, I worked in that industry for over 10 years. I never actually came across any programs in solar. So I don't know if that's something that happened since I've left. But for years, I never came across anything. Construction project management, yes. Different variations of that, yes. And I too I did my certification in project management down there. And even while doing all those programs, I never came across anything solar related.
All right,
Electrical, but
all
not
right.
solar. Yeah.
Lance storing something inside here. Net billing is it said the problem is the disparity in rates, and I've heard people say that it's the same electricity, but somehow and you use people use the same amount and one get a higher bill than the other one, and that's causing and they can't really explain it except that they have so many they're losing power to people stealing it, and so they have to make up for it, and so they increase the rates whenever they feel like wherever they feel like.
Yes, that's true. That is true. Yeah.
No, I want to share something with you here. Talk, come what Christopher said. Do you see that as a challenge?
He says that JPS is a monopoly, and I concur with them. And he said on a committee base. So again, we could always pull the one case study that we have and we know that has been working, and that's Windalco with the windmill situation that they have going there. And it seems I haven't done recent research lately, but I know that that plant is still operational, it's still working. And if they've been there for you, and I'm 30 enough, right? And I've I've been I've seen them in operation from I'm like a wee girl, right? So I said it to say that if they're doing it, there must be ways to get it done as well. Doesn't mean we need to probably reach out and figure out what were the parameters that they were set. Maybe there's a certain production they can't go over, or a certain amount of residents that they have to do it under. I mean, it's just a matter of we get a couple lawyers on the case, yes, and figure out, you know, what the parameters of that are. But let's not pretend like Jamaica is all about law and order and everything only goes according to what it should. We know, it's never that black and white. So it's just a matter of knowing the right persons and getting it structured in a way that they don't feel too threatened, and it should be. It's still doable.
Kevin, this Vector Technology Institute, where is it located?
Eastwood Park Road in Kingston.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say that.
Right. So yeah, just I looked it up because somebody mentioned the Vector Institute, and so they teach you how to become a solar panel installer.
That's
So
nice.
yeah, solar photovoltaic installer level 1. Now, is there a minimum
Level
requirement to being able to install and service these panels? If you're an electrician at minimum, like you said,
at
then that can be
baseline,
done.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right.
So
If you have institutions that are teaching people how to install these panels, then installation and connection can be a two individual or two company project, if it are different division project, if you understand it. So
yes,
just like with construction, you have your bricklayers and you have your plumbers and you have
yeah.
your electricians. So your solar installers can install the panels and your electrician do the rest. So here's
Oh,
something
so
you need to look
all right.
into.
So how we do it here in the US, the installers are actually electricians because in terms of the number of wiring and handling inverters and the connectors and everything, it's all electrical. So there is no separating the two.
Cool.
They're kind of married. Yeah.
I get that. But here's a way for you to be getting in and providing this service to Jamaicans. Now you have people from this institution, so you need to connect with this institution, is my suggestion, to find out what they're putting out there. Where are these individuals that have graduated from your programs? What are they doing? And also, electricians in Jamaica shouldn't be too hard to find. So if you can get your hands on these two individuals, then you can get yourself. The next thing is the resource that you already have with panels being brought into Jamaica. You already have that connection, so that part is taken care of. All you need to do now, and batteries, clearly, if you can get the
Right.
panels, then you can get the batteries.
Get batteries.
So
Yes.
all you need is the installation and connection. Here's an institution that is putting out people that can do installations. Electricians fall into place. Connect with them. You do the legwork, connect the dots, and boom, you have your business now going into Jamaica. So you are benefiting, and the people in Jamaica are benefiting.
Yes. Yeah. Sounds right. Well, more or less, yes.
All right. Tell you what. Go ahead, please, and just mention your details again, because I can see the interest in the chat, and I'm sure with the phone line you're gonna get a million calls. So just go ahead
Okay.
and just mention it in the chat, and then we'll
In the chat right here. How do I do that?
So click on where it says comments, and you'll see that are there in
I
the
could
chat.
chat with everyone in the studio. Oh, comments
That's
over
beside it.
here.
Beside the
Got
chat.
you. Got you. Got you.
That one beside it.
All
Thank you,
right.
Art, for the information. Truly appreciate of it.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Yeah, Artnell said the actual physical installation of the rails and panels can be done by a general contractor if needs be. Why? We don't know about that now, Artnell, because everybody at Jamaica a general contractor, and not necessarily an electrician, and then next thing you know, your house burned down, and
That's it. It has to be safe. I have to be
yeah,
doing this in a safe manner.
and then your insurance probably won't cover that.
Right. So this is something that what we say when we're here, we always want to make sure we do what was called an assessment, because we want to make sure the home is safe enough to go. Is the is your current electrical wiring of the home adequate to actually um, accommodate a solar system? Also, we tend to look at other factors like, is the roof load bearing? Can it manage the weight associated with the panels being on there, based on the amount of panels in. Well, in Jamaica, of course, we won't have that problem because it's mostly concrete houses. But here in the US, it's all made of wood. So it tends to be an issue that we have to also look at all the time.
So basically, you're not people with capture land who just have a thing, don't look to it.
No, no. So here's the thing, and a lot of people should probably look into this after, because this is something I did with. I mean, my home in Jamaica where my dad lived, we haven't put a solar system on it yet, just because we're planning to do some repairs and just go up a couple levels and whatnot. But outside of that, though, I still send him solar lights. I sell him solar battery pack. I send him solar generators and stuff like that, that you put the panels up and they generate energy from that and they store. And so in moments when GPS is out for him, because GPS goes out like at least once per week, he's able to use the different things that I have sent him. So we don't have to wait until it's a perfect situation where we could put panels on a whole house. You could get a few panels and get a small generator going, and you'll be able to provide power for your family when it's unsafe or unstable from GPS.
Right.
Well, you're already on the way to getting a solid footing in Jamaica because you're doing it individually. Just
Right.
step up your game and get some more people on board. You're already doing it. Just expand the program.
Exactly. So that's what I wanted to do. So I find, since I'm already here, let me connect with more Jamaicans here and let them have that experience with me here and know that, okay, yes, she vetted my project properly. She handled it well. I'm seeing my savings, and I want this to replicate the same experience back home.
See, there's Paula Naomi saying she likes the idea and she wants your information. And I'm sure. Did you put it in yet?
Yeah, I did I was trying to put the link in, but it wouldn't let me put the link. So I'm just posting my number. I'm on WhatsApp. You could call me directly. You could text me on WhatsApp as well.
Oh, hold on a second. Is that it, Kevin? No, that's not it.
Yeah. No, the other one beside it.
It's the link, yeah. For some strange reason, my link won't let me just post and paste it right here for some strange reason. But this is my number here.
Here we go.
We had your website up just now.
There it is.
Yeah,
it's
this
Dean.
is it.
Let's say the email. It's
Dennis
dean.dennis@sunrun.com. And the phone number is 347-841-0365. It's right there to the left. Right there, folks.
Yeah, for some strange reason, my link won't let me just.
I'll leave it another 20 seconds or so you can take a screenshot it or write down the information.
Right. So this link here, if you scroll down, you're able to put your information in. If you're here in the US and you're considering going solar, that link is here. So in the US here, we do have referral programs for homeowners as well. Or if you have a friend and family that you want to refer over to the program, of course, there's varying levels. There's a referral fee that the company will give you. It just depends. There's various levels to it. I suggest you guys reach out to me. My direct business line is 718-704-9401. That's everything solar. It's automatically response to it automatically generates a response for solar with that one. And of course, I could also send you guys to I'm on LinkedIn, I'm on Instagram as well. You could search me up, Dean Dennis, on LinkedIn or on Instagram as well. And you see the information. We also here in the US, we do programs where, because we are aware a lot of homeowners, 68% of homeowners here in the US can't get solar even though they want it, because either they don't have enough sun from the roof, or the roof is old, or they need electrical upgrades. And so we have a program where we're able to actually help homeowners get a new roof alongside their solar system. And I just this past week, I did 5 this past week. Last week, I did a couple more as well. And I'm trying to like start uploading photos of before and after and what it looks like for helping homeowners to go solar. Also helping them getting a much needed new roof and stuff like that.
All right.
So, Bean, here's what I'm gonna suggest you do. Another
Mhm.
suggestion. Go get with some friends, family members, whomever you can, and put together a commercial, whether it be a PowerPoint presentation that you're going to record into a 30-second, 30-second, or 60-second, or both. Do both
Mhm.
commercials.
Mhm.
And you want to connect with either myself or Mr. Rattigan, connect with Rebel, connect with either one of us.
Mhm.
We'll connect you with the global base, Reggae Global Radio.
Okay.
And you can advertise there. Now, of course, you'll talk with them about the advertising, talk with the office about that, how much it will cost you, whatever else, work out whatever packages you can do. That's my suggestion to you.
Yeah.
Now, that now gets both you and the concept out to a whole lot of people. There are a whole lot of people that are listening to us right now, not just here on this YouTube broadcast, but this broadcast is on Reggae Global Radio right now, and it is also
Okay.
carried on the Foundation Radio Network, ClintonLindsay.com. So there are people that are hearing you. There are people that will want to get to you. There are a whole lot more that you can get to. Go ahead. You can contact Reggae Global Radio or the Global Base directly and talk to them about their advertising packages.
Okay. Okay.
Mention-
Definitely will.
Yeah, you can mention this broadcast that you've been on and it was suggested by Rattigan or myself. That's fine. They'll
Mhm.
know exactly where it's coming from.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Okay.
All right. So any parting words for us?
Which country you operate in? Oh, I operate in the US mainly right now. Hoping to bring that to Jamaica soon.
Right. All right. Well, look, we have a few minutes left, and just want to thank you for coming on. And like we said, this is what we do. We try to big up our own, because if we involved, there's no reason why we should go elsewhere to get service that we can
Correct.
provide for our own. Keep the dollar circulating in the community, and especially when you have professionals doing the thing. You know, not fly by night people who are come bundong yours. So.
Yeah.
So, Dean, just wanna. By the way, where are you getting the name Dean? Because
Daddy, I think my daddy's also listening.
Big
So
up
my
yourself, Daddy.
dad
Big up
loves the
yourself.
name Dean. I used to say Dean for a while because I was
Mhm.
so embarrassed by it. But
Right.
actually, when I got into this field, it works perfectly because it's male dominated. There is only like 5 of us in the whole New York office. So it's like there's not a lot of females that do it. And I find, especially when I'm in the work Gmail chats and everything, they think I'm this person, and then when I show up in person, they go like,
Yeah,
"Who are
is
you
it?
again?"
Yeah, is it funny when they talk to you, thinking that you're a man, and then when you show up, do you find that the treatment is the same, or it's like
No, we're always can I say the word? We're always measuring. I always
Okay.
end up into we always end up measuring at
Well,
some point. Who knows more? Does she really know what she does? And it sometimes it turns out into that. But sometimes you have to just let them be and eventually let them make the mistake, and then I say, okay, well, you see why I was saying to do it this way. and then they'll come back to it. Because I do designs myself, by the way. I designed the whole project from start to finish.
See it there? People have to support the thing, you know. They have to support the thing. See? So I want to get in touch with Dean, and whether it's here or in Jamaica, we'll have
Somebody said Daddy Wickedy. I think he's listening to Wilfred. He did that.
what your father name?
Wilfred Dennis.
No, sir.
I like
Mm-mm. No, sir. Nope.
I know. I know. I want him to tell you the middle name.
the middle
No,
name.
that's not what I
No,
was.
that's why we are laughing now.
Lambert.
Lambert.
That's okay. No, that's fine. There's nothing
No, you
wrong
know
with
why I
that.
give it a laugh? Because my first name is Wilfred, so that's why I give it a laugh.
Oh, okay.
I just want to make
Okay.
sure that you're not one of his kids, you know.
Okay.
Can always come back, Kevin, you know. Can always come back.
Oh my God.
Then, don't bluff.
Yeah.
Listen, enjoy the rest of the weekend. Thank you for coming on, and please make this your home. Come on and let us know how business is going, the progress.
Going.
Anytime,
Yes.
just give us a call.
Will
and
do.
We're looking forward to having you again. So say hello to mommy.
I
And say hello
will.
to your son for me. And of
Thank
course, say hello to
you.
Wilfred for me. All right.
All right.
Pick up yourself,
Yeah.
Wilfred.
All right. Bye.
Continue enjoying the Earth Day too.
Yes. All right. Have a
So, let me say this before you even get going again, Rebel. For those golden woman, you had asked why should she pay for advertising? She can just get on social media and do it herself. That's all good and well. I'm not telling her that she shouldn't. What I am saying is we build businesses around here, and each business helps another business to grow. The whole idea is just like with the solar farms, how they work is that you collectively buy into and pay for a service. That is how businesses grow. That's how communities grow. That is how Black Wall Street was so successful back in 1927. And that was also why they were destroyed. But that's how businesses as we know them today operate. Why are you going to the supermarket to buy stuff when you can grow your own? Why not just grow your own? This is how businesses operate. And so I'm not against advertising on social media for yourself. Not at all. But when you have at your disposal a platform that is not just here at this moment in time, then you take advantage of it. And so in order to grow, each one helps one, and we collectively grow, and then we collectively have that say so. You see how that works, golden woman? I'm not sure what kind of business you are into, if you're into any business at all, but you see how that works? So that is why it would work out for her to get on board with Reggae Global, become a partner with Reggae Global Radio. Why not? Does she have another radio station to partner with? She didn't mention that. Thank you, Paul, that you understand what I'm saying. I don't know where the rebel went, but that's okay. He just knew that I would hold it down without even saying, Kevin, just go and hold it down for me, because we have that connection, we're here. Donna, much love, thank you. But this is all a part of the growing process. Let's go ahead. It's a time, we're in a time and space right now where change is at the pinnacle of everything. It's the only thing that is constant. We know that. So we're at a point in time where we've got to make some changes. We've got to approach things differently. So, and this is why I said, even to Dean, go ahead and connect with not the people who have left the institution, connect with the institution itself. Why? Because now you have an opportunity to help those who are leaving these institutions directly. So you're not just growing your business, you're connecting with an institution, making them an entity with which individuals who are coming out of school looking to go into life will say, okay, here is something that I can possibly get into, because these individuals, it has worked for them. So now here's this institution that this entity, this business can connect with and partner with. Individuals coming out of this institution can say, okay, I know this company is providing. Let me provide too. Here, I have this service. Connect with this company, you will get my service. You don't know if I can do it? Here's the institution that I went to that is a partner with this company. And now the individual that wants the product gets quality certified technicians to operate. The business, Dean's business, Sunrun, she gets to grow. The institution that is teaching, the school, Vector, they get to grow. And the individual that is doing the work, they get to grow. That's a whole community. That's one community growing right there. And so as we change our mindset, as we evolve into this new dimension, which is not so new, it's just more technologically driven, we go up against those that have been benefiting all this time, the JPSs of the world, because we know JPS as a monopoly is going to fight everything that they can fight. And we know that there are individuals, not the government, there are individuals in the government that will back them because they're getting whatever kickbacks they can get. Paula, you want to start to me off here? 773-789 and put up on the screen so you can see it. That's how you reach me. I tell everybody that's how you reach me. So let's forward think. Let's keep this and collectively think. And when we come across individuals that want to are involved in things like this, building their own entities, growing their businesses, featured on this program or not, let's go ahead and see how we can help them. We'd have to benefit from it, you know. Our benefit is knowing that someone in our community is growing, because guess what? At some point in time, someone will say, boy, you know, this person had pointed me in that direction. I wonder how them doing. I've seen it way too often. Y'all can get on board too. Ubuntu, they have to play catch up. They need some catch up. Rebel, welcome
Yes,
back.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we have to support the business. And in fact, quite a few people have texted me asking for Dean's phone number. So Dean, you're gonna be all right. Don't worry yourself. Big up Shirley. Up here it's strong. Boy, Kevin, I don't know where it's you know what? No, go ahead.
No, that's a big up Marsha. Happy Earth strong too.
Yes. Mr. Marsha, thank you very much for bigging up Miss Marsha. Marsha, you're angling though.
Hey, Laurie, link up here. Laurie, link up.
Yeah. Folks, we have 4 things we have to talk about in the next 3 hours, right? We'll do. Here's one that we didn't talking about. I got wind that the Prime Minister's wife was supposed to travel from Japan. She's in Japan on official business. She's gonna travel to New York. She's supposed to be here today, and they're having a function for her. I suspect it's at the end of the day it's a fundraiser. And somebody sent me the invitation, and want to know me, right? Can't say no to an invitation like this. So I reached out to certain people promoting the event, and I said, listen, I got this thing here. And they said, how you get it? I said, no, I got it. Somebody sent it to me. And I want to pay, it's $250 per plate. So I said, I want to pay my $250 because it's advertised as a meeting of like-minded individuals. I don't know what that means, to discuss development in Jamaica, some other things with the diaspora. And I said, yes, I will definitely, I want to go. So I call him, and lo and behold, they said to me, you're not invited.
Wait, just straight up, so?
Yeah, them say straight up. Them say, you're not invited. We don't want you there. And I said, no, but it went out to the public and I want to pay my $250. Them said, no, it's not for the public. It's not, it's just a few people. And I said, but it went out. It went out. It's all over the place. It's a blast. And so I want to come. So they said that they don't want me. My mother used to tell me, we're no dog, we're no bones are, we're no what is it? Where no dogs are invited, no bones
are provided, no dogs are invited.
Or the other way around, right? So,
Mhm.
I said, well, so I said, all right, no problem. But I'm still making my plans to show up. And it's from 6 to, I think it's from 6 to 9 or 6 to 8, 6 to 9. I think. Yeah. Anyway, I said to the people involved, I said, you know what? I'm just curious because if you're flying from Japan and you're going to Jamaica, the easiest route, the most economical route is to go through Europe, right? You're coming from halfway around the world, so you stop in Europe, you connect in wherever, preferably the UK, and then you fly nonstop to Jamaica. So I don't understand this fly where you're going to fly over Europe, cross the Atlantic, come over to America, and then fly to Jamaica. Is that business related? Because I was told that she's coming to meet with her family members and friends. And then they're going to have this fundraiser. So I said, well, wait a minute. If that is the case, then we need to find out if who's paying for that trip, who's paying for that leg, right? To come cross over Europe and come to the United States and then pay for the United States go down. Because if the taxpayers are paying, it would make sense for her to fly to Europe than to Jamaica, unless she's paying the difference in the flight from Jamaica from Japan to Jamaica. If she paying the difference in that flight, between the difference between that flight and the one going to New York and then to Jamaica, then that's fine. And if it's during the week and she's taking leave, then that's fine. But you can't travel. Well, it's a weekend, so the issue of leave does not come up. But the idea of traveling on taxpayers' money to come and visit family and friends and have a good time and possibly raise some money, because that's what I'm being told, and then to fly to Jamaica, that doesn't sit well with me, especially now that poor people are getting poorer in Jamaica. It's not stabilized. Poor people in Jamaica are getting poorer. And yet still we're squeezing money out of them for this kind of trip. And I'm sure, Kevin, it's not a coach ticket. I guarantee it's a business class or maybe first class.
So the fundraiser is to raise funds for what benefit, you said?
They didn't explain that to me. But I know it's not a fundraiser for poor people in Jamaica. I know that. It's not a fundraiser. If it is a fundraiser, because that sounds kind of high, $250 a plate for food. That sounds kind of high. So
no, it's because it's a fundraiser. So
Sharon put it in. Oh, so Sharon put it up there. Sharon, you know about this? Boys and Girls of Jamaica. Oh, so all right. Dorrit said, why would you go if they don't want you there? Dorrit, you see where I am? And you remember what I said? Where no dogs are invited, no bones are provided, right? No, I would never leave you. I would never leave you, my people, to go to that function. I just joke them. I would never leave you for go sit down there, sir. For do what? there's too much work for us to do around here. I would never do that. But I
Elegant.
just said to them,
Elegant.
I'm coming.
Yeah.
Huh?
No, go. You're just telling them that you say that
Yeah,
you
I tell them, I said, no, I'm coming. And them said, no, you can't come. We don't want you. And I said, I am coming. I said to them, look, it's if you don't want, keep it private, keep it on the yard. But if you keep it a public location, venue, when I advertise it's 250, I will be there. I'm wanting to stop. And some people say, well, we'll be at the gate because we're not letting you in. And I say, why do you want me in? They say, because people are going to feel uncomfortable with you sitting there. I said, no, I want to engage. I want to engage the Speaker of the House to see what's going on. But you don't know what happened now, people. It's not the first time I'm asking about travel expenses, I asked about it for Minister Babsy Grange. I asked about it for
your favorite person.
I also asked about it for Minister of Tourism, because when he went to Hungary for the World Games, I put in an ATI and said, who did he go with? And they said, well, his wife. And I said, who paid for his wife? Because it cannot be the taxpayers of Jamaica. And they come back and say, no, his wife, him and his wife pay, it was private. Them pay for themselves. I mean, them pay for his wife. It wasn't taxpayers' funds, but his ticket, his accommodations paid for by the taxpayers. I mean, I never really like it, but I mean, you know the most say him go over there for promote tourism. So, that's it. Right. So we did that. So it's not the first. So what I did this week was I sent something off to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Finance, Office of the Prime Minister, Office of the Cabinet, and the Parliament. And I laid out everything about the Speaker's travel. And I said, and I asked them 13 questions. We need to come up and tell us who's paying for this trip, and if we know about it and who approved it and all of this stuff. Right away, I swear to you, Kevin, within 15 minutes, we're still on the computer. Somebody wrote back to me and said, Mr. Rattigan, leave me out of it. I have nothing to do with it. Don't say no more. I'm embarrassed. We could have put it over. Just say no. Them just say no. Don't leave. No. Please don't include me in none of them things. Another person wrote and said, you need to go someplace else and find out the answer because we don't have the answer. Them could have fresh. What I did, I wrote them back and said, listen, under Section 8, subsection 1 of the Access to Information, you are obliged to find out who has that information. And then you tell me, and then not only do you tell me, you send it off to them, and then you tell me that, listen, Mr. Rattigan, we don't have it here. It's over here. We sent off your application to them. Going forward, you can deal with them. But send it back to me and I send me list of agencies and I tell me, say, me must go figure out which one of them have the information and thing. No, man. Rude.
But this is the kind of practice that happens in Jamaica when we ask questions as Jamaicans in Jamaica to these entities. This is how we get the runaround. No, we don't have that. Go over there, so go ask them. No, and because people don't know, just because people don't know that very same subsection that you mentioned.
Yeah. Look at that, people. Yes, it's Section 8, subsection 1. Just look it up. And it says that if you send it to agency or Ministry A and the information is in Ministry B, then Ministry A is required to send it to Ministry B and notify you. Them can't come back to you and tell you, we don't have it. Go find out on your own. No, that's not how it works, right? And somebody just mentioned something else here. Oh, the Israel trip. Yeah. We'll find out. We know who go up on that, but we want to know how did that trip come about? Who paid for it and all that stuff. And in fact, I do have some appeals with the tribunal, and I got an email from the Prime Minister's office saying that I think they have like 12 appeals, and I think I have like 3 or 4. And so they wrote to me and said, we need to know if you want to continue with which ones you want to continue with, which one you want to have dismissed. This, and then we'll go from there. Kevin, carry on for me now, please. Let me just go take care of something. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Because I want to address these people over here saying Listen, people, the rebel. Oh, let me take care of that for you. All right. So there, I got two pictures. So somebody sent it to Rebel. Rebel sent it to me, and I'll wait until he comes back because I don't know if he wanted to address this. No, I personally want to address it, and so for those that are listening out there that feel that they can go ahead and take screenshots of people on this broadcast and add titles to it and do whatever they feel to get some traction, to get some people coming their way, to get some attention. Stop it. If you're doing it, stop it. If you're thinking about it, think about something else. It's a wasted thought because what is going to end up happening is that you're going to have to get new followers because we're going to report your platform and they're going to shut you down. First of all, you're slandering and you're doing it with somebody who was a supervisory special agent retired from the FBI. Now, I don't know how smart you are if you decide that you want to slander somebody like that. I don't know if it's because it appears that you're based in Jamaica. I don't know if you feel say you're untouchable. I don't know what it is that you were thinking. I don't know if you were thinking at all. But let me borrow this one quick second, Rebel. I know you're looking for something.
Oh, sorry. No, me I look for say what is problem, yeah.
But
Oh, that you're
this,
talking about.
yes, man.
Oh, okay.
So let me show people. Let me show you what it is that I am making reference to. And it's two pictures, not just one, two.
It's a bother you, Kevin.
I'm so lost for words for a few reasons. Y'all see the people that are on this. So you know that this is from last week, right? Read what it say. Now, those that are listening on Reggae Global Radio and the Foundation Radio Network and any other entity that is carrying this broadcast, we know about those two because those are the two that are affiliated and have permission. Well, actually, this broadcast resides on Reggae Global Radio, and YouTube is just icing. And the Foundation Radio Network, ClintonLindsay.com, has permission to carry it. So if you're hearing it anywhere else, they might thief it. Bottom line. Now, whomever these people are, that what them name? Jamaica YouTube TV is what them name. Now, if you go to their channel, you will not find this post anymore. I went looking. The person who sent it went looking. I don't know what a parn is. That is the first thing. No, this is the first one because there's a second picture that says pawn, P-A-W-N. Now, I don't know of the rebel having any pawnbroking business. If he does, brethren, hook a brother up. There are some things that I might need. Talk to me. Now, but Sharon, that's just it. We're not in the pawnbroking business. And a pawn, now you're getting into the sciences, you're getting into medical things because that is related to the mRNA and the things that can change the structure of the mRNA strain. So This is another reason why we need to support ISAT's program where children get a tablet in school. Because this right here is a product of somebody that didn't go all the way. And we know some people that have not gone all the way and are very well rounded. This is one of them that didn't go all the way and didn't do anything more to make themselves better. Whomever you are, stop it. If you're thinking about it, don't. This is for your own good. Please and thank you. Rebel.
All right, sir. Move it. Move it. All right. So, no, people will not understand this. I was not going to the I was not going to the
No. The
to
dinner.
the no. I wasn't gonna go. No. And hold on there. I'm gonna say to the people who run it, they knew because they knew that I wasn't gonna go. So for more than one reason, including the biggest reason is because what would I do with all of you on a Saturday? This is why we're here. We're here to learn. We're here to communicate. We're here to try and hold government accountable. And going there trying to have a meeting or trying to have a discussion with her. No, I promise. It never crossed my mind to spend $250 or even it was 25 cents to go. No, because we know we're not going to get anywhere. And this is where I am supposed to be every Saturday. So some of you're getting all anxious about it and things like that. No. There was no intention to go, but there was every intention to file to find out. And like I said before, this is not the first politician I've filed asking questions about their travel. It's not the first, and I guarantee it won't be the last. And let me just tell you how important it is to do these things. There's one politician who I won't name any names came to America. And I found out, and I called the person. I said, listen, oh, you're coming to my neck of the woods and you don't call me. And the person said to me, Rattigan, before we go any further, let me just tell you that I paid for my ticket out of my pocket. And we started laughing towards that. Because he know exactly, the person, I knew exactly what he was referring to. Because they said every time I file an ATI, it's in Parliament. Everybody in Parliament, them know about it. So, no, so everything good. Walk like a champion, you would not be disappointed because I wouldn't be going. So, make we name bother God so. We could hear what we don't know. Make we move on to another story, right? You know what? Let me do this one because let me do the 3 trillion one, Kevin, because that's been sitting for a while.
Okay. Yes,
right.
and
No,
not
we've talked
getting
about
it.
we've talked about the 3 trillion, the unaccounted 3 trillion, and then we have heard words like there are no missing funds, and we're going to play back the tape and we're going to do the story over. And the reason why we're going to do the story over is this: we have some additional information that I'm going to show you who is responsible for this, and and remember I told you that you can rob this. Well, you're not robbing the government; you're robbing the taxpayers. You can rob the taxpayers, but you cannot do it unless you have some confederates in high places. And we're going to show you how. We're going to show you specifically now. We talked about it, but in a general sense. So what we're going to do is we're going to start out with the illustrious Minister Morgan, and then we're going to go into another video that Kevin put up here that's very appropriate, and then we're going to go into the video we played last week with the minister and the ambassador. Also, Minister Dana Morris Dixon, we're going to go into hers as well. And then we're going to go into something that you've never seen. You haven't seen it. That is the Auditor General's report, the full report. There's a report done solely, primarily completely on this one entity, the entity that received 124 million. And you know, we've been teasing it with the idea, say, yeah, we're gonna tell you, we're gonna. Well, fortunately, we waited because I did some more research and we have the full information. So sit back, grab your pen and a piece of paper, and we're gonna walk you through. I'm hoping that I don't take us a lot of time because I don't want to lose your interest because it's important for you. This is a learning, a teachable moment, right? Where you're going to see, you're gonna walk with me through the proclamations and the regulations and the law, which a lot of Jamaicans don't do. Because if they did, we wouldn't be having this situation. And I guarantee it's not the first time and probably won't be the last time, but they're going to be a little bit more careful because they know that we're watching. So let's start with one of our favorite ministers.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
All right, so we don't trust the words of politicians. Let's go to this one.
Very sad when you can.
Here we go.
There's no way that you can have a country where $3 trillion, that's 18.7.
All right. Here's the next one.
News quite a bit, and it relates to appropriations accounts and some stories that have very much been taken out of context. And this morning we're here to give clarity on those reports and for us to talk about the fact that there's no missing funds. And so we have with us this morning two very important women with us. We have our Minister of Finance and the Public Service, the Honorable Favour Williams, with us. And we have our Financial Secretary, Darlene Morrison, with us here today at Post Cabinet. And so I'm going to ask the Minister if she could come and speak first, and then we'll invite the Financial Secretary after. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Allow me to begin by acknowledging my colleague minister, Honorable Robert Lester Morgan, who had to slip out, colleague minister, Senator the Honorable Dana Morris Dixon, our Financial Secretary, Ms. Darlene Morrison. I know we have P.S. Troop here from the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, and Chief Education Officer, Mrs. Terry-Ann Thomas Gale. Members of the media, Jamaicans all, good morning again. Making the rounds in social media, emails, and other media is an article written by Kimon Francis of the Jamaica Gleaner about findings by Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal that some $3 trillion are accounted for or unaccounted for. In that same article, I want to highlight that Kimon of the Gleaner said that Jeanette Calder, Executive Director of Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, herself said, it is not that the money is missing. It is that reports due to the Auditor General have not been submitted by several ministries. So I want to repeat that. It is not that the money is missing. It is that reports due to the Auditor General have not been submitted by several ministries.
Okay, so there she's saying the money is not missing. Keep that in mind. Minister Dana Morris Dixon said it, and the Minister of Finance said it. Next video.
Let me acknowledge you, and so it would be Mr. Sharp, Dr. Knight, and Mr. Rattigan. Go ahead, Mr.
Ambassador, good night.
Good
And
night.
Minister, good night. All protocols observed. Minister, I listened to your overview very carefully, and I noticed that you did not mention the impact of corruption on all the aspects you described. But be that as it may, two questions. But let me just set the stage for the questions. On September 12th of 2020, you were appointed the Minister of Education. A year later, the Auditor General came out with a report saying that a company by the name of Joint Committee for Tertiary Education received approximately 124 million Jamaican dollars that they should not have received. And she recommended a surcharge action as well as possible fraud action. After that, the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Education, they started pointing fingers as to who should bring this surcharge action. While they were doing that, the statute of limitation expired. And they brought the action against the acting permanent secretary, Ms. Grace McLean. The action was dismissed because of the statute of limitations. Since then, to the best of my knowledge, no action has been brought to recover this $124 million. Now, here's where we are. A few weeks ago at the post-cap meeting, you said that there is no missing funds. And this 124 million is part of the alleged 3 trillion that's unaccounted for. The statute of limitations for fraud action will expire this year. So if there is no action this year, that $124 million is gone and no one's going to prison. The question I have for you is this. Since you have said there are no missing funds, you haven't told us what the funds are. You just said there are no missing funds. Could you please describe to all of us the $124 million that's at risk for not going to help the children of Jamaica? And we talk about growth and development. You can't do that with an under or uneducated population. How do you describe that $124 million, and will we get it back? What's your plan to recover that $124 million? Thank you.
To the education sector. Some questions were raised about the 124 million. All the information that we had in the ministry at the time was turned over to the respective agencies. It has taken them quite some time now, but I can tell you, it might be long, but I'm sure that they will complete their investigation. In terms of the $3 trillion, I just want to explain that within government, the management of our funds has many guardrails. And what that entity, the organization that talked about that 3 million is that, and I had to explain this, there is a central central budget for the country. It's called the Consolidated Fund, into which the majority of the funds flow. Before any ministry is assigned any money on an annual basis, they present their budget. For the year, they have to outline what it is they're spending on. We have a very rigorous procurement process. I mean, we are belly aching about it, given the strictures of that process. So there is knowledge about what money is spent on. Additionally, ministries are given funds on a monthly basis, and they have to submit their cash flow statements to the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. And again, we have strict procurement guidelines, not just for infrastructure, but for services. You go through a whole process. So eyes are looking, there are persons looking over the process. What the Auditor General reported is that at various ministries, they are supposed to have audited statements. And there are ministries that are late for different reasons. Coming from the Education Ministry, there's a situation in which when I got there, accounts were not at that point where the information could go to the Auditor General. Since then, I can assure you that that ministry has done a lot of work, and many years of its statements are before the Auditor General. And I have a commitment to work with all the other ministries that are out of compliance with the Auditor General as to the submission of their information to be audited. So it's not that there has been no accounting of the monies. There has been proper accounting of it, and a lot of different guardrails are there, but they need to make that final step to produce the statements that can be audited. Just like if you have a business, you can produce financial statements and they're good and proper, your accountant would have done it and so on. But in a business, you have to get that final, sign off from the auditors. And that is where we are, with some of the ministries. But like I said, we have had some success since 2020 with the largest ministry being able to submit several years worth of information to the Auditor General.
All right. Thank you so much, Minister. And I see where your very extensive financial background will be in use in helping all our ministries to get their accounts up to date in front of the Auditor General, and get this misconception that being late means that monies have disappeared. So I'm very, very appreciative of your response, and I look forward to continuing to hear about the ministries getting up to date.
All right. All right, folks. Here's where we are. Let's just go over what the minister said. Let's back up a bit. Let's go back to the two questions I asked. First question: How do you classify the $124 million? How do you classify? Because what they've said is it's not missing. They haven't said what it is. We want to hear it was spent here, it was spent there, people benefited, but we don't hear that. What we hear is it's not missing, right? The 3 trillion, but this 124 that we're focused on, that's part of the 3 trillion. And we're hearing that money not missing. That's the first question. Classify the 124. And the second one is, what is your plan to recover that money? Now, implicit in the second question is that the money is gone. So that's why I'm asking her, first, classify it, and two, what's your plan to get it back? So the moment I'm asking her, what's your plan to get it back? It means it's gone, people. She didn't answer any of the two questions. Here's what she said. If you were listening carefully, she said, the information that the Auditor General was seeking, it was turned over to respective agencies. She didn't tell us whether they were investigative agencies or whether it's to the Auditor General. Didn't tell us that. She said, oh, they'll complete their investigations. It's been a while, but they'll complete their investigations. That's not an answer. She also said, there are many guardrails to the process. People, there are many guardrails on the highway, and people still go over the guardrails. So telling me that there are guardrails, it doesn't tell me anything. Tell me how much people go over the guardrails. Guardrails is not a guarantee that there won't be an accident or a car won't cross the highway and go over on the other side. It's not a guarantee. Minister, you need to answer the questions. Don't obfuscate. Don't hide. Don't shroud the issues. Another thing she said was, she started talking about consolidated funds and budget call. I didn't ask her about any of that. I know about the consolidated funds. I know about budget calls. Budget calls is simply where the financial secretary said to all the ministers, give me your budget for the year. And it happens around between October to December of every year. Because remember, the financial year is April 1st through March 31st. So I know all of that, but I didn't ask her that. She also said that there's a rigorous procurement process. I am going to show you what the procurement process looks like and how it was not complied with. She didn't answer the question. Then she says, there are persons looking over the process. I'm going to show her that they put the fox for God, the in-house. Because the people who are supposed to oversee the money, they're the same people accused of making the money get away, letting the money was disbursed to places where the money shouldn't have been disbursed. I'm going to show you that. Then she said, audited statements late. Yes, that's true. But I'm going to show you that it's $124 million. The audited statement, the statements came in. And I'm going to show you what the Auditor General said about those statements. She said also statements before and for some general, it's pure nonsense. Then she said there is proper accounting of the money and fiscal steps to produce statement. Then she said that there's a measure they were waiting for the paperwork to be submitted. All poppycock, nonsense, foolishness. That minister can't come on this program, cannot come on this program, because we are going to ask her some questions that she don't even dream of. Her advisors cannot prepare her for coming on a program like this. No matter how much them try, they will never be able to prepare her, because the deed has been done and you can't cover it up. We are like sunlight, the best disinfectant there is, and we are going to expose it. So that's why they won't come around here, especially this lady. And then to top it off, our esteemed ambassador, the one who promised that she was going to work hard with the State Department to get the travel advisory level reduced. The one who failed at that. The one who's an abject failure. The one who should have gone home a long time. But she's still here. You hear what she said? She said, Minister, I'm glad you laid it out with your explanation, and that basically you ridicule, or you show that there's a misconception that being late means that money disappeared. You hear that? So what they're trying to say is that it was just a filing deficiency. We were tardy in filing the paperwork, but no money is missing, and we're glad that you're here to explain all of this. Well, Fasten on the seat. Here we go. Here's what we're talking about. This is the first one, right? This is the one we're talking about. And we showed it before, where it says Ministry of Education, they made payments amounting to 124 million to an entity which does not have a legal status. The purpose and use of the funds are unknown. Why would you give money to an entity which does not have legal status? It sounds like it's a problem. This actually came from the Auditor General's report, and this is an abbreviated form of the report. This is just a blurb. I'm going to show you the report, and you're going to be shocked. You are going to be shocked when you see this report. And that's why I've been pleading with my people. Read. Don't just depend on me and a few other people to read for you and give you. Read. The information is there, but we're not looking at it. But in the meantime, while you're preparing to read, I will continue to do the reading and provide it to you, so that at least I'll make your job easy. So you don't have to go look for it. I'll show it to you, and then you can just read it. Now, here it is where she says 124 million paid to an entity which does not have a legal status, and the purpose and the use of the funds are unknown. I think there's another one here that I found rather interesting. Let me see. There's another one here. Let me see. Oh, see this one right here? See that? Where it says unidentified of approximately 15 million, and management at the Early Childhood Development Project asserted that the amount might relate to stipend paid to practitioners who separated from the early childhood institutions. All that means, people, is that they were paying salaries to people who weren't there. People who left. For years, people left. And somehow, these people were being paid. They were no longer employed, but they were being paid. Now, is this missing money? Is this unaccounted money? Is this stolen money? Is this misappropriated money? Is this money that has disappeared? Is this money that has been chopped? The long and short of it is that there is a loss. And I'll show you what the law says about, and the policy says about loss. I'll show you what it says. In essence, this $15 million that they're talking about, it did not go for its intended purpose. And they put might, which is even worse, Elaine, because you are supposed to know. You are the agency making these payments. So what do you mean might? What it tells you is that they didn't have the paperwork. Because if they had the paperwork, it would have been produced. That word would not be there. But because they don't have the paperwork, they have to come up with an explanation. But anyway, that's not the topic for the day, because we're going to go back to this in another show, not today. And we're gonna pull up that, and we're gonna pull up some other things. But this is the one that we're focused on. The 124 million. We'll make the 15 million go by for now, right? This is the one that we're focused on, the 124. All right. Now let's see what else is there. This 124 million, this is what became of it. They said that this lady was responsible for that. This lady, acting permanent secretary, Miss Joyce McLean. Now, Miss Joyce McLean was the acting permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education. And you'll see later on where the Auditor General, she was actually doing an audit of another agency. And it turned out that there was a connection between that agency and the Ministry of Education. And I'm being told that Miss Grace McLean, her husband, don't know if it's true, but that he works over at that agency that they were looking at. So they didn't start out with the Ministry of Education. The investigation led to the Ministry of Education. And so look at what it says right here. It says at least 2 elite anti-corruption bodies have been asked by Education Minister Favour Williams to investigate the 124 million. Now remember, no, she just said, and look at the date on this, 2021. 2021. This is what they said. Same minister you just heard from. Can't answer any questions. She's the one who said, according to this report, that she has asked 2 elite anti-corruption bodies to investigate this $124 million. And here it says right here at the top of the screen, it says in a terse statement on Thursday, the minister revealed that she had referred the matter to the chief technical director of the Financial Investigation Division in a letter dated October 2021. And there's a question here: how is it that she's doing this before the report was even tabled? But that's something else. And she also said right here that an acting commissioner of police has also been alerted to the Auditor General's report. So she based on this report, she sent it to the police and she sent it to FID, Financial Investigative Division. All right. Moving right along. Now, they said we're going to take a surcharge action against her. And now, people, a surcharge action is when a government official pays money that it shouldn't have paid to whomever. And as a result of that, the financial secretary, I think that's her title, that person can bring a surcharge action against the person. So, hold on, let me take this down. I think I'm getting feedback here. Yes. Mic check. So anyway, so they're bringing the surcharge action against this lady because they're saying that she's responsible. She's not the only person responsible. Remember, she's acting. There was someone before her who they claim was responsible for most of that money. They're attributing approximately $11 million of that 124 to this lady. She was there when the bulk went, and she became the acting based on what the report says. She became the acting, and she let some. She's responsible for about 11 or 12 million dollars. So then they said, okay, here it is. The Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, they're taking the surcharge action against her in relation to the 124 million, not for the entire amount. So you see what's going on here. Money is paid. Can't find out anything about the money. They said, okay, who's responsible for this? They pointed to this lady, and they pointed to, if you look right here, it says a similar surcharge action has been taken against Permanent Secretary Dean Roy Bernard, who he was suing the government because I think they got rid of him, and he was suing the government to get reinstated. So they're bringing the surcharge action against Dean Roy Bernard and Dr. Grace McLean for the entire 124 million. And of that amount, Dr. McLean is responsible for about 11 million. So, and who's bringing the action? Ministry of Finance. And who told us that? Excuse me. Minister Favour Williams. See, it's right there. Here's what she said. She said surcharge action was taken by the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, and the letters would have been written to the Permanent Secretary. And she said, and I know that she has taken the necessary steps to deliver the letters that would have come to her. And that is a quote attributed to Minister Favour Williams. And let's move to the next one. That's that. They're bringing the action against her. Hey, look at this. The Minister of Finance says, Minister Favour Williams, you're wrong. We're not bringing any action against this woman. Remember now, people, these are people who are supposed to know these things. We vote for them because we think them have big brains. And we say they are going to run this thing like we can't run it. And so we are going to entrust confidence in them that they will do what they campaign to do and also what they're required to do by law, by policy, by regulation. So you see this lady here, she was saying, no, the Ministry of Finance is going to start the surcharge, has started the surcharge action. And then the Ministry of Finance says, no, it is right here. The Ministry of Finance and the Public Service has shut down statements from Education Minister Favour Williams and her deputy, Mr. Morgan, that the Finance Ministry has taken surcharge action against acting permanent secretary in the Education Ministry, Dr. Grace McLean. So you see what's going on here. This is what you call a circular firing squad. The people responsible for dispersing the funds, the permanent secretary, Dean Roy Bernard, and the acting permanent secretary, Dr. Grace McLean, they're in the middle. And on one side of them, you have the Ministry of Finance, and on the other side, you have the Ministry of Education. And they're firing at them. And what happened? Both of them ducked. They ducked. So now you have the two ministries firing at each other. So that's I won't even go too far with this thing. Dr. Clark made it quite clear that no, we're not doing any of this. Not doing any of this. There it is right there. Finance and Education Ministries wrangle over surcharge action against Bernard and McLean. You believe this? The money's gone. We know whose hands, we know whose fingerprints on all of this. The permanent secretary and the acting permanent secretary. And we're fighting over who's going to bring the action so we can get the money back. There it is right there. There's Dean Roy Bernard. Yeah, he's responsible for 112 million, sorry. And she's responsible for 11.2. And see what it says now. The Finance Ministry is considering surcharge. So remember, this thing happened about 2019 thereabouts, and here it is 2022. They're still figuring out who's going to bring the action. They're still figuring out who is going to bring the action. Here is a statement saying that the Ministry of Finance hereby advises that it is currently in the process of gathering and reviewing information to inform evaluation of the recommendation made by the Auditor General for surcharge. The Ministry of Finance is in the process of gathering and reviewing information. Folks, let me tell you something. This is absolute nonsense. You know why? Because all of this gathering and reviewing was done. All of these things were done by the Auditor General and put in a report, which I'm going to show you in a few. It was done. So I don't know why the delay. Why are they delaying? Why the delay? Let me skip this and move on. Let me skip that. Now, finally, 2022, the Finance Ministry takes surcharge action. They mean business. There it is. They mean business. So this is 2022. The report came out in 2021, I believe. But the monies were paid way before that. So let me. All right. Now, let's go to, let me see, which one should I go to? Joint Committee for Treasury. All right. Here we go. This is the Auditor General's report. And it's a special report, which she's commissioned to do. And it's against a company by the name of Joint Committee for Tertiary Education. Joint Committee for Tertiary Education. There it is. Remember that name. Remember that name. Here we go. Fasten your seatbelt.
I'm going to get a helmet for this show.
Yeah, here, helmet. There is the date it was submitted. October 11th, 2021. Don't worry about the circle. Because I worry about the circle and I criticized my circle this morning. So my circle not good. But no, let me tell you something about this report, people. I'm going to have to, it is chock full of information. Information that you could consider bombshell. For some reason, it wasn't put out in the media. What we got in the media was just blurbs. We just got blurbs. But I'm going to show you something now that will shock you. Hold on. Here we go. And by the way, this report is available online. I didn't get this through an ATI. But you're going to see segments of it where it's just blocks of green, and green meaning the highlight. And as you all know, Kevin is the one responsible for that. So here is the main issue. The main issue here it is. The main issue is that there's no evidence of governance and monitoring framework by the portfolio ministry. Now, you remember what the minister came on and said? She came on and said, we have guardrails and there's a strict process. Remember she said that? This is what the investigation showed. No evidence of governance and monitoring framework. So how can you come out and say we have guardrails and we have strict procurement process and it's difficult and blah, 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 blah. This is what, look at what she said after the second one. The permanent secretary facilitated TRN for the transfer of government funds to an advisory committee without ministry approval. People, that is criminal. You facilitated the transfer of a government TRN to an advisory, and you're going to find out that the advisory committee is a private committee. You're going to see how they made it private without approval. Look at the next one. The company that we talked about, the joint tertiary, whatever, their leadership refused to provide documentation to the Auditor General. And look at the last point. The ministry could not account for the JCT's use of government funds. These are the issues. Let's keep going. There you have the conclusions and the recommendations. I highlighted this one where the Auditor General said they should consider surcharge action against 2 senior officers of the industry where funds disbursed cannot be accounted for. You're gonna see how cannot be accounted for translates into lost. All right. Now, I look like a Christmas tree. I'm gonna have to read some of this, and just because it's mind-blowing, people, mind-blowing. I'm gonna have to read some of this and just explain to you. right? Look at the first highlighted section. It says this is in the context where an audit of the Caribbean Maritime University had identified a possible conflict of interest between the JCTE, which is a Joint Committee for Tertiary Education, and the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education. So there were lookings over there, and the investigation led them over here. So they meaning the Auditor General, started their investigation in December of 2019, right? And look at what they said right there at the top. We experience a limitation of scope during this audit owing to the JCTE chairman's refusal to provide the accounting records. What that says is we went to them and we said, we want the records. And the man said, "Me nah argue, no." And I'm going to show where the Auditor General messed up too. She did good work here, but she didn't cross the finish line. And I'm going to show you where. It says the chairman of the JCTE asserted that he privatized a government entity. People who don't believe this, he privatized a government entity, and on that basis, the Auditor General has no authority to review such records. That is a false position. It is true that he privatized the entity, but it is not true that the Auditor General has no authority to review such records. We're going to show you. Then look at this now. The acting permanent secretary, this is Grace McLean, Dr. Grace McLean, suggested that she was helpless to convince the chairman to provide the records. And then she said she had no knowledge that the chairman privatized the company. And she said the ministry would cease doing business with JCTE. Look in red at what the Auditor General said. I don't know if I can get it. She said, it is my opinion that the arguments of the chairman, the permanent secretary, and the acting permanent secretary are unacceptable. That's a nice word, unacceptable. For so you really want to say. But believe me, we all know what that word means in that context. Look at the next sentence. The chairman does not have the authority to privatize a government entity, and he did. You know the popular refrain, what could I go so? It went so. He privatized it.
And they allowed it.
And they allowed it. They said the chairman's private entity is separate and apart from the JCTE, the special committee established by the Minister of Education. Now listen to this. It should be noted. Remember that now the acting permanent secretary, Miss Dr. Grace McLean, said, I didn't know anything about it. Look at this. It should be noted that Miss Dr. McLean permitted the transfer of $11 million to JCTE after her failed attempt to obtain the accounting records from the chairman, despite knowing that the chairman laid claims that he's the owner of the company and refused to comply with the Auditor General's request for information. So she knew that this man take the government entity, privatize it, start and make one of them get the TRN number for the government entity, gave it to him, money started funnel through. She knew that there was a problem with this and that no more money should have been going to him, and she still gave me 11 million more. Here's what happened. This JCTE, it's an advisory board. Nothing more, nothing less. An advisory board. What the chairman of that board, you know what he did, ladies and gentlemen? He went down to the appropriate agency to record a company called JCTE Limited. He added limited to the government agent, to the advisory body. And then it became a private company. And then they took the TRN number. This permanent secretary got the TRN number, the government TRN number, and have him use that to funnel funds not to the government established advisory body, JCTE, no, but to the private company, JCTE Limited. That's why I'm telling you people that a lot of you, most of you, we can't do this. We cannot do it because we don't have people in high places who can go get TRN number. We don't know, we now go register a government entity and put limited at the end and make it a private company. And then all of a sudden now the government thing, now everybody forget about the government JCTE because everybody's now dealing with JCTE Limited, which is a private company. Look at this. The Auditor General went to the acting permanent secretary and gave her a draft report. The acting permanent secretary provided no additional supporting documentation, none, to that report. They said, however, she did provide some information. And here's it right here. They said, the documents submitted including payment vouchers prepared by the ministry, supported by invoices prepared by JCTE. The Auditor General said, I advised Dr. McLean that the information is insufficient. Remember that. Unacceptable, insufficient. Powerful words. Said, no, Don, I put on the red because I like danger. You know, I have the real highlight. And it says, she says, insufficient as the documents provided, look in red, do not represent supplier invoices, which are required to determine how the funds were utilized. So they make up some documents and give them. And she said, no, if you don't spend the money, I want to see who to spend the money with. I want to get receipts from those people. Not receipts give me. When you spend the money somewhere else, so we want the receipts from somewhere else. Those people that you spend the money with, we want those receipts. Now, folks, for all of you out there who thought that there is no missing funds, I can't say what it is. It's just unaccounted for. Look at the last sentence. It says, and this is coming from the Auditor General. She says, insofar as 144 million cannot be accounted for, this is deemed a loss of government funds. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. This is deemed a loss. So when she come and tell you, say, oh, we just didn't file the paperwork, but the paperwork is being filed. The Attorney General just tell you that they gave me paperwork and the paperwork is insufficient. The paperwork is not the paperwork that I can use to say I can bless this and say this spending was good. And after we tell the lady, don't give them no more money, she give them more money. And then then surcharge action supposed to be brought, and the two agencies them start point fingers like this. Them the serious. I could go down through this. All right, here's here's it now. It says right here, the JCTE is what? It's a special advisory committee. That's all it is. Appointed by the minister in 1991. That's all it is. Special Advisory Committee. Look at 5, where it says, given that JCT had no separate legal status from its members, it did not have a TRN and was unable to receive direct payments from government entities. So how the hell did it get a TRN? If it shouldn't have gotten a TRN, how it got a TRN? Here's how it got the TRN. Look at 3. In January 2017, the permanent secretary wrote to the tax people requesting a taxpayer registration for JCTE. There it is. That's how it was done. Remember me telling you, Uno can't do it, you know. You, my people, you cannot do this. You cannot run this scheme here. You know why? Not because they don't have the brain, and they just don't have the contacts. Don't have the contacts. How many of you out there know a permanent secretary that you can go to and say, listen, get me on a advisory board, and I'm going to just register it as a private entity, and then we want you to get a TRN number, and then give me the TRN number, and that way that when people think the money I got to the government entity, it actually come to me. How many of you can do that? How many of you? Look where we have the red thing right there. So it says further, we saw no evidence that the permanent secretary sought approval from the Ministry of Finance to provide the JCTE with a TRN, or that the Ministry of Finance was consulted before the ministry took a decision to transfer funds to JCTE, given JCTE's established status as an advisory committee. It's right there, folks. It's right there. And here's where, and this goes into how them set up the program. And she said another thing that, oh, they were doing training. They not do no training. It's advisory committee. They were supposed to exert administrative abilities over the program. And here it is right there in red. They were supposed to get an administrative fee, not $124 million. And then this talks about the program that they were supposed. Oh, guess what happened? You see the programs that they were supposed to manage. It says of the 19 tertiary institutions which deliver this particular training, it says the private tertiary institution owned by the chairman of JCT received the largest portion. You believe that? No, if this is not conflict of interest, him get the money and fee thing get most of the money. And it's not one set of money, I know, Kevin. They will get money from Heart. I mean, this scheme is something else. Oh, here it is. Hart transferred $75 million to him, to the JCTE. And look at what, and the money was supposed to come back to the ministry. Look right at the top of the screen in green. It says the acting permanent secretary in the ministry stated that the ministry did not receive any funds. So where is this 75 mil? Come on, people. And see, so this 75 million in paragraph 6 is different from the 124 in paragraph 7.
Eh?
See, the first sentence in paragraph 7, you say, on the other hand, meaning separate and apart from the 75 mil, the ministry transferred 124 million to JCT over a 32 months period. And so further, the ministry has not been able to account for the utilization of the 124 million. Right here, they have not provided any supporting invoices. Right here, we saw no supplier invoices to support the funds disbursed. And it goes on and on and on. Now, here's what she said. Keep in mind, people, this is somebody who has a first-hand look at what's going on, the Auditor General, that is. Here's what she says in red. She says, this is a matter which must be further investigated to determine whether a fraud has been committed by a private institution using a TRN for a government institution to receive money under false pretense. Need I say more? This is as plain as it gets. She's saying we need to have a fraud investigation because we have a private institution using a government TRN to get money under false pretense. It is right here. Despite, in red again, despite having purportedly learned in January 2020 from the chairman that he registered a company with the name JCTE Limited and was now imposing this company on the government and refusing to account for government funds received, the acting permanent secretary Miss Grace, Dr. Grace McLean, still allowed transfers amounting to 11 million. It's right there.
All right. Because I don't think we have all of the. I don't think we did do the math. So there was a 124 million.
Yes.
There was a further 75 million.
Yes.
That's 199 million.
Yes.
And now we have another 11 million.
No, the 11 is part of the 124.
Okay.
So we have 75 and 124.
So we have 199 million.
Yes.
We need answers for.
Yes.
Okay. That's
No, here's where it gets interesting. The Auditor General, Pamela Monroe Ellis, why I'm telling you, I got touch you a bit, you know. When I say touch you, not physically, just touch you for sure. Say there were things that you could have done, but in the main, I respect the ground you walk on because she went out and she did the work. She and her team, because she didn't do it by herself. Look at what you found in 9. They said we found that the chairman of the JCT had funded a party for the permanent secretary in 2017, the same year that the ministry took the decision to facilitate JCT being assigned a TRN. So the same year that they, wait, I sat there. Big up yourself, brother.
Greetings.
The same year, Kevin, that the chairman for this advisory committee, who registered the committee as a private entity, the same year him have a party for the permanent secretary, is the same year them facilitate him getting the TRN, the government TRN. Same year. And then them call people scammers. And here to say, we have been trying fervently to get the accounting record from JCT since November 29. And them also, they brought the matter to the Ministry of Finance. To no avail, nothing happened. And then she go back and say persons authorizing such transfers are accountable for the use of such funds. And here are the recommendations, which you saw earlier. Look at 4. The matter should be referred to the JCF or an anti-corruption agency for further investigation. That's the fraud piece that you talk about. And I'm telling you, people, I got so depressed reading this thing because every time I thought that I couldn't get more information out of it, there it was more information. So when you read the jam piece just says 124 given to an entity without any legal status and no accountability. So if you read that, you tempted to say, okay, all right, fine. But when you start read and you start look at the details as to how that came about, it's frightening. So I'm telling you that we can't, poor people picnic can't do this. Poor people picnic. I won't even tell you about some of these things with them right. This is the rationale for the audit. This is where they were talking about why they did it and the connection. All of this stuff here, people, I won't even go into it. I'm urging you to go read this for yourself, right? Go read this for yourself. And you will see that this was not above board. This was not what Minister Favour Williams come out and say on the ambassador's platform, that we have strict procedures and we have guardrails and we have this. Them jump over the guardrails. Them jump.
So, Rebel.
Auditor General, like I said, I respect the ground you walk on, but
so
never sure you know which part.
How people must go read it for themselves. Where must people go to go read it for themselves?
Just Google it, man.
Google what?
Google Auditor General Special Audit Report, Joint Committee for Tertiary Education. That's the name of the company. That's the name of the advisory body that was privatized by the chairman. Then put a man in and say, you are the chairman for the government entity. And the man turn on and say, smart on them, you know. What I'm going to do is take the name and just add limited to it and register it. I'm going to make the permanent, you're going to keep a party and for the permanent secretary, I'm going to, nice him up and things. I'm going to get a TRN number. for the government, but a TRN number will come to me because people now look on the difference is just the limited. You know, when a scammer like them would do something, Kevin, and you see it where them send out something with an email address and them change one letter in it, right?
Yeah.
And you just scan over it and just send whatever you send because you not pay attention. It's the same thing here. It's the same name, Joint Committee for Tertiary Education Limited. That's all he did, and get the TRN number for the committee without the limited, and then them just get it, and them just start funnel the money. And then when they knew about it, and when the Auditor General went and said, "Listen, I need a record from him," said, "No, I'm not giving you anything because this is a private entity and you have no jurisdiction here," which is not true. So I could get to that. Not sure it. How are they, Kevin?
I said, man, I keep a party for you. You can hook me up on.
All right.
3 times now.
Here they do.
All right. Let me see now. The proclamation, part 3. We start with part 3. We could go to part 3. See, people, this is how we do at night time, you know. This is how we do at night time. See that? This, the Jamaican Gazette, is a supplement of the rules and regulations going back to the Financial Administrative and Audit Act, which we are going to show no later what that act they say. But let's go to 23, section 23. Where were they now? Oh, you want to chat about budget call and all of them fools. See it right here, sir. It says right here, a budget call is no later than November the 30th of each year, where every department have to submit, them spending requirements for the following year. That's all it is. And we never ask her any questions about that. We know about that. And she come and chat pure foolishness. All right, here we go. No, open the cancel that. You can't see that, Kevin? You can't see that?
Yeah.
I don't know if eyesight can see. All right, here we go. It talks about an accounting officer, saying that every agency, every ministry, them have an accounting officer, somebody who's supposed to make sure say everything financially, everything are run properly, right? And it's and them say acting permanent secretary can also be appointed. You have to be appointed, right? So that's that. And then you have to get a copy of it, the letter to the financial secretary. Now, here's where we get into the thing now. What do you know? 25, then we go to 39. Hold on, 38, 39. And it says the minister shall authorize the financial secretary to issue instructions to principal receivers of revenue regarding refunds and drawbacks from revenue collected. That have nothing to do with it, because we not collect the money. Public money should not be used in an authorized manner. That's not our business. All right. Here's our business. Look on 48. Accounting and accountable officers shall ensure that there exists a proper system of internal control and adequate authority for disbursements of all public funds. That never happened. Look at 2. Any officer directing or making any unauthorized disbursement shall be personally responsible for the amount. This is where you call the surcharge action, right? We'll get to that. 56. All right. Remember me showing you the one, Kevin. Remember me showing the one where them pay salaries after the people gone?
Mm-hmm.
Look on 56. Salaries and allowance shall not be paid beyond the date of expiration of vacation leave, and by extension, any leave. If they take leave, if you're gone from the company, you can't pay. You can't pay on that. Get paid beyond the date after you're gone. You can't. Sure. Part 4. Hold on there. All right, here it is now. Them say the financial secretary shall prescribe the accounting policies to be used by departments. So she under the gun right there. So and all of this explain what is required of the financial secretary. And if you remember, they brought her there. Here it is again. They brought her to the meeting at the post cabinet. Here again, 69, it says the financial secretary shall prescribe the guidelines for preparing monthly, quarterly, annually, and other financial reports to be submitted to a whole bunch of people, including the Auditor General. And it gives you the dates that you have to submit all of those things. And it shows that they must be checked before providing it to the Auditor General. If they had checked before providing all of this, wouldn't they have they must have realized that, wait a minute, this money are gone at the wrong place.
Mm-hmm.
Yet that never happened. All right, here we come now. Remember, we're showing you where the Auditor General in her report, she says, which part? For those of you who join us late and remember, where reported Public Procurement Act, Joint Committee. All right, you remember this? Hold on. Right, and remember this? Where she said, insofar as 124 million cannot be accounted for, this is deemed a loss of government funds. Remember, I told you to remember that word, loss, or remember the phrase, loss of government funds. If you notice, the government, the Minister Dana Morris Dixon, Minister Faval Williams, Ambassador Marks, if you notice, none of them said there was a loss.
Yeah, they don't use those words.
They don't say it's a loss, but here the Auditor General said there's a loss. No, if that the money was yeah. No, make we go to the like this, Kevin. No, not the other one. This one here. Make we look and see how them define a loss. Look at 78. A loss shall be considered to have occurred when the government is deprived of the use of any public or trust monies. And look at 79. When a loss is discovered, the accounting officer shall cause an investigation into the circumstances of the loss, and it lays out what they must do. It lays out what they must do. Did they do this with 124 million? Not to mention the 75. We need not focus on the 75. We're focused on the 125. 124. They didn't. And nobody's using the word loss. What they're saying is here, the government is deprived. We don't have the money. The money is gone. So what is this nonsense about, oh, it's just a matter of filing? The man who took the money says, I'm not giving you this money back. I'm not giving you any paperwork. The money is gone. You know, we never put up, Kevin, we never put up the one for the little girl, the student. My fault. But that's okay. Because there's a student did a report, did an essay talking about scarce resources in the schools and the impact on education, on learning. This is what we're talking about when the money, when the money gone, when there is a loss. That's what we are talking about. And look at this. A loss may be in 81. A loss may be revealed by the discovery of any deficiency within the accounts of any public officer. An accounting officer shall ensure that adequate investigation is made of a loss. Take prompt action to ensure rectification of weaknesses in the system. How did Dr. McNeil take action to rectify weakness in the system when after she was informed that don't give them money no money, she turned around and she gave $11 million more? That's in the Auditor General's report. How you rectify weakness by doing that? You encourage the weakness. You cause more weakness in the system when you do that. And then here's another thing, people, that we have to watch. What we have to watch, is that the financial secretary has the right to write off the loss. So guess what? Who knew that? Never hear about it. If the financial secretary had jumped in and just said, all right, I'm going to write off the loss, who knew that? Never hear nothing about it. But it gets worse. Now, them talk about expenditure losses, and Under that, you have improper payments arising from transactions that are contrary to law, but which do not involve any offense under the criminal code, and exclude cases of gross waste or extravagance. We're going to show you something in the Public Procurement Act, which it says something different. Now, here's the one that we're concerned with: fraudulent payments which arise from transactions which involves the commission of an offense by the use of falsified documents or certificates to steal money or other property belonging to the government. Because I can tell you that that TRN number, there's something wrong with that application for that TRN number. There's something wrong there, right? And here's another one, because you have different types of losses in people. You have financial losses, you have expenditure losses, and I think there might have been another one up here. Cash deficiency. So you can pick any one of them you want. No. Financial loss. Here's the financial loss: irregular advances and loans when money cannot be recovered because government cannot establish a claim against any person or institution. And that might be where you can't get the money back. Like, they brought the action and the action was just terminated. And we're going to show you why. Look at this. Any officer who discovers a loss must report it immediately to the accounting officer, who shall report it to the Auditor General. Did anybody report this to the Auditor General? No.
Who
the
discovered
Auditor General found it on her own.
That's because it wasn't discovered.
Look, all of these people, these are regulations concerning law, saying that what you must do to protect taxpayers' money, not government money. And look at this. If the circumstances indicate that a criminal offense has been committed, report the matter to the police. They did, but how long after? And then you have 24 hours to complete and investigate. Oh, come on, man. Look, where an accounting officer is implicated in the loss, the Financial Secretary or Auditor General shall cause an investigation to be so conducted. Well, the Auditor General will tell you that, well, yeah, we conducted an investigation of Dr. Grace McLean and the gentleman. And that's how we found out that 149 million just missing,
You mean 124 or total
Yeah.
of 199?
And then the way this is written, there's something, I don't want to go into it now, people, because it's technical. It's called a tolling provision, where the law says that, like, for example, you have to bring an action within a year, right? Then there are some tolling provisions, meaning that it stops the time from run. So, for example, if you have to bring an action against somebody for tolling, bring an action against somebody for some kind of, some kind of crime or whatever, and the person flee, then what happens is that some statute will say if the person intentionally flee to avoid being prosecuted, then there's a tolling provision. So the period can't run. Because if they would allow it to run, everybody would have just flee, the time run off, and then you can't bring the action. And this, I think 90 and 1 and 2, it indicates a tolling provision. But we don't want to go into that, because it don't take up too much time. And it says recovery of a loss shall not be a substitute for criminal prosecution. Let me see how far down we go. There is one here. There's one here where them say, oh, this one, yeah, they say that the accounting officer shall bring the matter to the notice of the general public. None of them not do that. There's one here I want to show you. Which one is this? Surcharge. This is a surcharge now. This is when them pay out the money and now the government say, okay, we're coming after you to get the money, right? And here it says right there, surcharge is the recovery of an amount overpaid or a recoupment of any loss sustained by the government for which the public officer is responsible and was found liable, right? Now here it says the financial secretary may surcharge an officer where it is found that there's loss of public funds arising from negligence or recklessness. Now, negligence or recklessness, people, it doesn't have intent. Negligence is an accident. Like you're driving down the road, you're not paying attention, boom, you get in an accident. That's negligence. Recklessness is you're driving the car in a 100 miles an hour in a 20 mile an hour zone. There's no intent to kill anyone, but they say you're reckless because there's a high possibility that you would have hit somebody or caused an accident. This doesn't speak to intent. This does not speak to intent. That's a problem right there. So what this is saying to me is that if there is intent, then you have to bring a criminal action first, and then you bring the surcharge after. Right?
Okay. So even if you find the money with this, it's not necessarily the criminal aspect of it is neglected.
Yeah, unless you can prove intent. If you can prove intent, then you go criminal. It's weird. But there's something here. I don't know where there's a. Okay, all right. So that's that. Right? And remember, people, because we are come up on time. I was sure it to come off so she can talk about immigration. Remember, look this up. The Jamaican Gazette, right? Tuesday, April 12th, 2011. Now I'm going to show you 2 more documents, and then I exit the stage. Here's one. No, that document I just showed you is a supplement to this. This is the Financial Administration and Audit Act. There it is. The document I just showed you is supplement to this, right? Now let's go to 20 and I'll show you something. Okay, here we go. Surcharge. It says, and this basically mirrors the supplement. It just says if somebody pay money and they shouldn't have paid it or whatever, then you go after them. This one, Don, pay attention to this one, because you say may I blind you with the red and the green. Look at this. It says no surcharge shall be made after the expiration of a period of 3 years from the date of such failure to collect. Now, you see the problems with that statute here? Tell me if you see the problem with this.
Time sensitive.
Yeah, but here's what happened. If I thief the money 4 years ago, and you just find out now, you can't bring the charge against me because it says it's 3 years from the date of the failure to collect.
Wasn't this 2021?
Actually, no, the money was paid out, I think, in 20, was it 20? No, the Auditor General found out in 2021.
So 2019.
2019. So there's a problem here, people. There's a problem here. This statute said 3 years from the date you fail to collect. And this is what, and you can search it. This is what it says: 3 years from fail to collect. But you know what? Let me show you something. With the next one, there, Kevin. Like this. There's another one, man.
But
like this.
I'm scot-free.
All right. Look on this one now. This act is, let me show you the name of that one here. The Public Procurement Act of 2015. Right? Remember now, we know the Financial Administration and Audit Act said 3 years from the time the thing occurred. Look at this one here now. Wait there. Go too far. All right, Tita. Look here. Look at the top. No such surcharge shall be made after the expiration of 3 years. From when? From the date that the loss came to the attention of the Auditor General. So the question I have is this: why didn't you use this statute? Why they use the FAAA, FAAA? Why they use that one where they say, oh, it's 3 years from the time the action was committed? Why didn't you use this one which says 3 years from the time the Auditor General found out about it? So it would have been 3 years from 2021. Because that's when she tabled her report.
But either way, no action was taken, and as we stand right now, those that are guilty of whatever action was taken, not to say that they're guilty of something criminal, but the action that was taken, there's no recourse at this point.
No, because guess what happened? When the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Education finally figured it out and decide, okay, fine. What they did was they brought the action, and we have the
Oh, that
I
was
think
one
we
of
have
the
the thing up here. Yeah, we have it where they drop the surcharge action. They dropped the surcharge. I don't see it up here, but they dropped the surcharge action. Because you know why? Them said 3 years gone by. 3 years gone by, so them dropped the surcharge action. So I mean, some people would argue that it was by design. They knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. Yeah?
That would be my argument. Yes, Paul, yeah. I agree with you. It's by design. Because the mere fact that they did the finger pointing thing.
Yes.
Who's on first, what's on second, I don't know who's on third. They went through that. So there's that. There's the dragging of the feet. There's the explanation that was given about no funds being missing. It's just late accounting and late reporting and
Kevin, ask yourself this question: where is the criminal action? The Auditor General says, I believe that fraud, I suspect that fraud was committed here because you have a private company using a TRN obtained by the permanent secretary, and we can't give an account for the money.
But that is the first criminal action.
It should have been the first criminal. Yeah, that should have taken place first.
So the other question is, how many criminal actions have taken place here by individuals who are put in positions to represent people of Jamaica with taxpayers?
I have to throw my hands. A lot. If you start go through this thing and parse it, you realize how many criminal actions could have been brought in court. And by the way, people, fraud in Jamaica has a 6-year statute of limitation. 6. Now remember, this happened in 2019.
So this year,
right? Yeah, this is the last year. It should be. And I don't know, I can ask Isaac about the fraud statute, if it's 6 years from the time you found out about it or 6 years from the time that the act was committed. Which one is it, Isaac?
Okay, unmute.
6 years from the 6 years. 6 years from the act.
6 years from that.
Limitation is 6 years. Yeah.
Right. So it's not when you found out about it.
No, it's from the act is done.
Okay. So 2019. Till now. So what I'm telling them is that if they don't bring that action this year, and it may have gone already, it may have happened in January, who knows? I don't know. If they don't bring that fraud action, guess what, people? $124 million gone.
Well,
and guess what?
199.
Yeah, and guess what? Nobody is going to prison. Nobody's going to prison.
But you know what? I find very interesting. There is a charge called larceny by a public servant.
Okay.
And I don't know why that wasn't pursued. So the person that caused the money to go out commits the larceny, and the person who received the money has received stolen property. Not hearing you.
What's the statute of limitation on that?
No, there's none. Once it's identified, so it's criminal, and so people are we are always caught in this technicality that where they put the two Jamaicas, they upper echelons, they can be corrupted and investigated for corruption, but if he's a thief in any form. Larceny by trick, larceny by a public servant, and the people who facilitate are either conspirators to it or receivers of the stolen property.
Oh,
so at this point in time, who can raise this issue? Who can file that who can
The
take action.
the complainant is the public, you know. So I mean, the Ministry of Education is defrauded, and a simple fix is that where you defraud, all you have to do is charge a larceny, and then the crown, which is the clerk, at half a tree. Yeah, it would be half a tree, given where the crime was committed. Simply prosecutes the case. I mean, they do it too. They have done it. They are doing it now in a case, but I'm a part of that case. So I'm not going to talk about the case because the real people them were thief the money is not before the court. But anyway, here we are.
Well,
So anybody can file that. Anybody can go ahead and.
You know, in Jamaica, a citizen can do private prosecution.
so how about a citizen outside of Jamaica? We have standing.
You have no standing, sir.
We're really gonna go down that road again.
No. Stop right there.
Okay, because you know you have standing.
All right.
Don't care what they tell you.
No, here is so people. I can show you a bunch of provisions in the Gazette, as well as the Procurement Act, showing you that people just, again, it would appear as if it's done by design, because there's so many things there that they should have followed. Nobody followed, right? Now, remember I told you that I just love Pamela Monroe Ellis. I just love her to death. I love her bravery. I love her enthusiasm. I love her focus. There's so many things to love about her, but we're all people and we're susceptible to making mistakes. Let me tell you the mistake she made. And let me juxtapose it to this one. You remember when the Prime Minister was under investigation for the 28 bank accounts and other things, that according to the Integrity Commission, he did not cooperate with them. He would not provide certain things. In the Integrity Commission Act of 2017, the Integrity Commission had the right to go before a court without the Prime Minister's knowledge and get a warrant, get a legal instrument to compel him to give them that information. Now, of course, he had a right to oppose it, but they could have gone to court and asked him and shame him to say, why is it, Mr. Prime Minister, that you have fight us from getting stuff that you're supposed to give us so that we can verify your statutory declaration? Why? But they didn't do it. They did not do it. The Integrity Commission didn't do it. And I fault them for that. Similarly, the Auditor General, let's look at her duties. Remember what she said now? No, she said, I asked the man for the stuff and the man said, I'm not giving it to me, and that's it. I just do my report. Now, let me show you something here. If you look here, you'll see what it says she can do with government agencies. So it says here, under the control of any officer, to call upon any officer, to require any accounting officer, to require every person employed in his office, to station members of his staff in any department. It's all talking about government officials. So somebody could rightly say, but Rattigan, if you're trying to say that she could do something, but she didn't do it, all of these things that you're talking about, it shows that it's with the government. No, the entity you're talking about is a private entity. So what right would she have under the FAAA to go and force this man to give her documentation? What right? You could reasonably ask me that if you read up to this part right here. If you go even further, any officer, any officer. No, here is where it takes a turn. Number 6. It says the Auditor General shall be entitled to summon and examine on oath, declaration, or affirmation all persons whom he shall think fit to examine respecting the receipt or payment of money. All persons. They didn't say all government officials. All persons who the Auditor General feel would have something that can help the investigation. And look at what 6A says. It says any person summoned under the provisions of subsection 6 who without reasonable excuse, and saying that I'm a private entity is not an excuse. They say makes default in obeying such summons shall be guilty of an offense and shall be liable on summary conviction in a resident magistrate's court to a fine not exceeding $5,000, which is crap, or in default of payment to imprisonment for a period of not exceeding 6 months. So she could have taken him to court. So when she said, I asked him and him said, "Boy, I'm not giving it to me," and then that's it. Auditor General, go back and read it. Go back and read FAAA section, wait there. 25, duties of Auditor General. Section 25, and then you go down to 4, 5, 6. Where is it? Yeah, 6 and 6A. 6 and 6A. You could have done something, but you didn't do it. And I have to give you a demerit for that. Because if you defend the people, then, right, Auditor General, you have to defend the people. Then. If you defend the people, you defend the people. That's how I look at it. And the same thing for the Integrity Commission. If you're going to defend the people, you defend the people. If the Prime Minister is not giving you information that you're required to have, then you go to court. You go to court. So, folks, we don't have much time left, so that's why when I now get to the other section, we have Shernetta will come talk about immigration. She should be here in a minute now. But you know, remember telling her that this scheme, none of that I know would be able to pull this off. No. Because here's what you need. You need to be appointed to a committee. You need to have friends with the permanent, you need to become friends with the permanent secretary. And you need to have the cojones to tell the Auditor General when she come to you and say, I want to see the receipts, and say, go ahead. I not give you nothing. Because guess what I do? I take the government entity and I privatize it. I put limited on it and register it and use TRN number and collect on the money. Right? Yeah, OT, the Auditor General should have do something, man. Stand up, man, and fling a stone. Do something. But you just say, Hurricane Hattie said she could have get eyes for doing it. Well, yeah, but that's where we are. Anyway,
she should have done a job.
Yeah, anyway, I want to make me know how it go. See, make me know how this presentation will go. Before you give me the constructive criticism or when you want to take me to task, I want to forget and read the documents them when I show you. Read them, get your own understanding, get a second opinion if you need to, or a third opinion, and then next week we can talk about it. Because I'm of the opinion that fraud was involved here. And that we need to bring criminal action. And if we don't bring it sometime this year, the money is, well, I start say you can still bring some charges. But let's see if they're going to bring the charges, because that $124 million, and I'm so sorry I don't have the essay to show you that a student wrote, and it touched me because she's saying we don't have resources and this is why we're undereducated. We don't have resources in our schools. But we're going to leave it right there. Listen. We have with us now noted attorney, and then if you notice, I don't say noted immigration attorney because she does more than that, right? This is a lady I turn to when I have some immigration challenges. Not me personally, but when my immigration cases, when I have some challenges, I'm turn to her, and she has never failed me. And because I wouldn't, well, I'm not going to give her personal number, but me call her morning, noon, and night and say, sure, boy, I have a little problem, Well, she knows this thing, and she's very modest. She's going to tell you, no, we just know a little bit, but trust me, she know a lot, right? And so I turn to her when I have some challenges, and she's been a wonderful, wonderful person to work with. We've worked on numerous cases. We've worked on some immigration matters. We've worked on some workers' comp matters. We've worked on some personal injury matters. So this is not somebody when we just meet the other day. This is somebody. This is a colleague of mine, in whom I have a tremendous amount of respect, as well as her husband too. You know, a tremendous amount of respect for both of them. So she's coming on tonight, and we're going to play our video. She did a quick video the other day when the immigration thing started out and whatnot. And oh, that's it right there. Okay. That's it, Kevin? Yeah.
No. I was just showing that. Touch on that.
You want me to go see it? I can't.
No, it's up above it. We just need to touch on that before we wrap up tonight also.
Where is it?
Sharon, it is.
It's not up there.
Sharon, it was up there. Let's take down this. All right.
No, just go to it.
Yeah.
All right, turn it. Before we bring you on, I just show the video clip that you put out. There it is. Yeah. You can throw it up.
Yeah,
sorry.
we'll do that, right?
No, go ahead. I start not sleeping, man. I start just a chill. People must say you look sleepy. I start that chill, man. Oh, see my doing thing. All right.
What to do if you're stopped by ICE. No matter your immigration status, whether you have a visa, green card, or no papers at all, you need to be prepared in case you ever have an encounter with ICE or law enforcement. Here are some key things to remember. Number 1, stay calm and don't panic. Your reaction matters. Keep your composure and avoid making any sudden moves. Number 2, you have the right to remain silent. That means you do not have to answer any questions about where you're from, your legal status, or how you enter the country. Number 3, do not agree to a search. If an officer asks to check your belongings, politely but firmly says, I do not consent to a search. Even if they perceive your refusal should be noted. Number 4, never provide false documents or false information. Giving fake papers or claiming to be a U.S. citizen when you're not can create serious legal problems that are difficult to fix. Number 5, ask if you're free to leave. If you're not being arrested, you have the right to walk away. So the most important thing is to stay quiet and protect yourself legally. If you're ever in doubt, ask for a lawyer before saying anything. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Shernet Noise, attorney at law. Shernet!
Me big friend. Wagon.
Welcome.
What's going on?
Shernet, what we did today is that we let me turn this down. What we did was we titled this segment, I think it says reality or versus fear. And,
Okay.
And the reason why I did that was because people are of the opinion in general that President Donald Trump, whether you hate him or not, like him or not, whatever the situation, they're saying that they're giving the impression that he's in and he's making new laws by his executive directives, right? And you and I had this conversation. What we're saying is that he's just asking, or he's directing ICE, Homeland Security and others to enforce laws that are on the books that weren't enforced. Comment on that, please.
Yes. We're in Trump 2.0. In Trump 1.0, everyone was saying Trump is making all these rules and he's doing all this stuff. And I always said, no, he's not making any new law. He's just enforcing what's already on the book. And It's the same thing now. What he's doing is using the executive order to enforce the immigration laws that were already on the books, that other prior administration has basically relaxed on. For example, like the public charge rule. When it was Trump 1.0, he enforced that. When Biden came in, USCIS kind of relaxed the public charge rule. So President Trump is just using the executive orders to enforce the immigration statutes that Congress had passed years back and no other administration just let it be. So he's not making any new law right now. He's just only creating an executive order to enforce those actual laws that's already on the books.
Another thing is that, and I looked at the executive order dated January 20, 2025, and in fact, Kevin has it right here. Let me just put it, this one right here. And he can change policy, but he can't change the law. You know, only two branches can change the law, and that's the judiciary or the legislature, right? Congress can change the law, and Congress can change the law, and the courts can change the law, but the president can't change the law. He can change policies. He can say, listen, like one president might say, we're going to issue a policy where DACA, for example, right? We're going to give them certain benefits, whatever. Then another president can come in and say, no, I'm not going to give him an event, which is what's happening right now. I'm going to take that away from them because it hasn't been declared. Some of these things haven't been declared a lot. They're primarily policies. And if you look at this, you'll see some of this stuff right there. It's, policy. He has a policy here, and then he goes to the law, and he's basically civil enforcement priorities. He's not asking them to do something that they are not presently authorized to do. Now, granted, some of them they're going overboard, but to be clear, he's not creating new law.
That is true. So, because if you go back to January 2025, when he was after he was sworn in and he started to talk about the different policies, he classified the cartel as a terrorist group by using a statute from 1789. That's still a law on the books.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like he's just only using the stuff that's already there. So Congress has not repealed those laws on immigration. So what he does is, by a stroke of a pen, one administration can enforce or set the policies how to enforce that law. They could be as strict as possible, or they could be as very laid back.
All right.
With the enforcement.
Now, what do you say to people? Because I'm getting calls daily. People are afraid to go out because they said, look, even though we have legal status here, people with green cards, they're saying, they're stopping us and they're asking a bunch of questions. And I mean, you did mention in there that you have the right to remain silent. Now, if you remain silent, if they ask you, they see you and they stop you on the street and they said, okay, who are you? We need identification. What do you say? What advice do you give to somebody who's just walking on the street and the person is stopped by ICE?
Well, I would say, yes, you got to give them your name, right? You do have to give them, identify yourself. My name is Shernette. Any other question of that sort, I'm not going to answer them. I need to have an attorney with me before I answer any other question. I'm just going to give you your name. But as a green card holder, by law, when you get that green card, it tells you have to walk with it at all time. So if you're a green card holder, you're supposed to have your green card. It is because every time you come into the United States and you get a green card, it says, welcome to America. And at one point it says you must always have, this is a different card, but it's like, you should always have your green card with you at all time. Your green card is just like your driver's license. If you're driving without your license, you can't tell the police, you get pulled over, you say, oh, I left my license at home. They're going to give you a ticket. So it's the same thing with a green card holder. You are required to carry that green card with you at all time. So if you're a green card holder, you have your green card and you get stopped by ICE, you just take out your green card and said, here's my green card. Am I free to go? Is there anything else? If they say no or yes, you just politely get in your car or continue to walk. Mm-hmm. But if you don't have your green card and you don't want to give them your name, then you're going to be stuck there for a longer time. But if you have your green card, you show them your green card, you are more likely to they'll look at the document and then move on. and move on.
Okay. No, you don't have a green card.
It is the same thing, right? If you don't have a green card, it's ask you what's your name. You give them your name. Any questions that they're asking you, still doesn't have to answer the questions. Like what country you're from or how did you get here? Exercising my right to have an attorney present before I answer any of your questions.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to violate my Fourth or Fifth Amendment right to self-incrimination or any of those things. So you pretty much can do the same thing. So yes, my name is Shernette. Any other question, where you're from, how you get here, I refuse to answer those questions at the moment until I have my attorney present. Or can I call my attorney? If you have an attorney already, you call your attorney. I said, when my attorney gets here, then I answer the questions. They're going to detain you for a longer period of time. But again, it prevents you from giving false information because some people, I've heard stories where people had criminal records and tell the immigration officer, say, oh, I was born in the Virgin Islands in St. Thomas.
Mm.
And then say, oh, all my parents, all my family members are dead, so I don't have my birth certificate on me, just to get away from ICE. But that was a lie. And that's a false claim to U.S. citizenship. So that's why I said in the document, in the video, don't give false document nor give false information. Just don't answer the question.
Mm-hmm. You know what I do? I give my clients a card. All right, send it to them, WhatsApp or whatever. And I say, whenever you're stopped and they ask you your name, give them your name. And if they go beyond that, you say, look, here's my attorney. He said that I'm just following his instructions. I pay him, and he said I shouldn't answer questions from anyone. And anybody wants to talk to me, here's his number. He said you can call him immediately, and give them the card and have them call me, and I'll deal with it from there. That's what I've been doing.
And that's a good advice. So like in our office, we create this what we call like a red card. It's our red card. So it has know your rights on the information on there. So we always tell people, give this to immigration officer, police officer to stop you, to show them that, well, I'm exercising. I do not want to open my door. For example, say ICE come to your door, knock on your house door, and they come in. First, they have to have a warrant to enter your property.
Mm-hmm.
So if they don't have a warrant, you can say, do you have a warrant? If they say yes, can you say, slide it underneath my door? Or can you hold it up to the window so I can look at it? Or can you put it in the peephole so I can see it before you open that door? And if the warrant is not signed by a judge, then you said, I'm not going to let you in.
Okay.
And that's a good, one second. And that's a good point because you have two types of warrants. You have an admin warrant and you have a judicial warrant. I used to fill out admin warrants a lot, where I fill them out and I'd ask bank for records, or you get records from various organizations. That's different from the judicial warrant. If a judge signs it, you have no choice. You have to go. If he slips it under the door and you see Agent Brown as the person who signs off on it, you don't have to do anything.
That's correct.
But so I'm just saying this because people once they hear, oh, we have a warrant, open up, they open up. And we tell them, no, don't open. Tell them, no, slide the warrant because you have a right to read the warrant. So you tell them, no, send it on, put it under the door. And I tell you what, if it's a judicial warrant, they're probably not going to wait for you to tell them put it under the door. They're going to knock the door down and come in for you. If it's an admin warrant, if you hear them knocking, it's an admin warrant, that means they can't come in. It's an admin warrant. So you just tell them, no, I'm not going to respond, and you just go about your business, go sleep, because they can't knock the door and come in on an admin warrant. They can do it on a judicial warrant. So important distinction. If they knock on your door and say they have a warrant, tell them to slip the warrant underneath the door. You read it, and if you see it signed by a judge, then if you don't open it, if it's signed by an agent or an administrator, you don't have to submit. Kevin.
So
sorry.
Interesting thing that happened in Coral Springs, Florida this week. A man was deported a few years ago, came back illegally, reported to ICE, and said, hey, I'm here. I came back because there are threats on my life. Here's the evidence of it. This is where I'm at. So last week, they showed up at his door, knock, knock, knock. ICE. Hey, the attorney told him don't open the door. This week they came back, full gear, weapons, shields, what one man. Weapons, shields, armored vehicles, local police presence. And they said, open the door and come out, or we break the door down. And now I don't know if there was a judicial warrant associated with this or not, but they came to get him twice. The second time with force. And off he went. So when people get news like this, and then they get information like, okay, you have the right to remain silent, you have the right to get your attorney, and then they hear another report of individuals at Guantanamo that are not being allowed to have an attorney. They're really confused and really scared. So how do we now provide them with the tools to say, boy, yes, you can go to the corner store. Yes, you can go grocery shopping.
Well,
yes, you can walk the dog. You know, whatever. You can leave your house.
Well, in a sense, right? Every case are different when it comes to immigration. So we don't know. Like I said, he came the first time, he didn't have a warrant, and they left, right? The second time they came back, they had local police presence and so forth. So that means they probably got a judicial warrant. Right. With that person's case, what was he deported for the first time? Because I don't know the facts about that case.
He overstayed.
Just overstaying alone. Did he ever had any criminal records or stuff?
No criminal record. He just overstayed.
Just overstayed.
You know what I think, Trinette? I think that deployment of ICE, whatever the local officers, they had nothing to do. And so they're not that busy.
But then again, too, it's Florida. And Florida is pro the deportation, going for the administration. So, yeah, again, with the local police, that is true because it's Florida. So, there is a little bit of other different things in my head of what could be possible, right? Because the fact that if you get deported and you come back in illegally without permission for reentry, ICE can pick you up and redeport you again without you going in front of a court because you're in violation. So there's different things that are going in my head without all the full facts of this particular case. It's hard for me to say why all of what went down because I would need to see more of that person's immigration story to understand why was they deported, not just overstayed. Did he had any marijuana charges that they're not saying? There's so many different things that could possibly be in the mix.
Here's one.
Just one secret, Rebel. No criminal, just the fact that he came back illegally. He reported that he's back in the country and seeking asylum. That's all that there is to it.
Here's something that we should consider. There's something called a poison pen letter. And I'm sure it's going to be used a lot during this period. And what a poison pen letter is this? It is this. If I have a neighbor and I have a problem with my neighbor, I just write to immigration or I call him and say, the guy next door me, you know, he's involved with drugs. He's this, he's that, and he's here illegally. So you like you're saying, Kevin, the guy, you know, he was out, he came back in, he notified everybody, no criminal history. But you don't know if somebody contacted ICE and said, this guy is a problem. This guy is a threat to our society and we need to get rid of him. We need to pick him up.
Nobody had to contact ICE. They knew exactly where he was. He reported it.
No.
This is where he lived.
No. Poison pen letters that essentially them tell lie upon him. That's what I said. Tell lie. And immigration now they must say, we got this information and we got to follow up on it. And our commander-in-chief says, hey, we got to get rid of these people. So that's
is it somebody, Kevin? Is it somebody you know personally? Because the news never always give all the information.
No, it's not somebody I know personally. I caught wind of the report and the follow up of it.
Yeah, because
So
that's what I'm saying. Because the news will. This is the thing, right? If my family member get caught or something, I'm gonna spin the good side for my family member case of saying how they so treated him bad or her bad, but may not give all the full backstory.
Right. Right.
mm,
You know, Kevin, I'm telling you, this poison pen thing, a lot of people going to feel it.
yeah,
A lot of innocent people will get swept up in this because them have a family member who not like them, or a neighbor who not like them, or a co-worker who not like them, or somebody, and them just call ICE and say, "Hey, listen, this guy on the road or this guy at my job, he's illegal and he's selling drugs and he's this and he's that," and ICE won't know. Them going to come and pick you up. Them just going to come and pick you up. So,
Because, like, not to cut you off, right? Will,
mhm.
but I had a consultation where a potential client came into my office. He's undocumented and he's been working at this diner for years, right? After January 20, every day the customer comes in and say, "Do you have papers?" Because he's a minority color. So now they're asking, "Do you have papers?" So like it's become a crazy thing where people will do stuff and say, if my neighbor is illegal and they selling drugs, or so many people come into their house, because I just said the poison pen letter, ICE doesn't care. They just want to get that number.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And another thing, a lot of you people, and I have lots of clients who come to me and they said, "I don't know why my application was rejected. Everything looks fine. You know, everything. I've never been arrested. Come from a good family, and blah 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 blah." And then I asked them, Is there anybody out there that you've had an argument with, or that you have some issues with?" Because a lot of times you'll find that it's a poison pen letter that caused it, but ICE is not going to tell you.
mm-hmm.
And even if you request the file on the FOIA, they're going to redact it. So because of course they're going to protect the person who provided them with the info, but that information is in the file saying that some. So if you get a FOIA file and you see a lot of redaction inside there, chances are it's a poison pen letter. Somebody told them a bunch of things about you, true or false, that they told them, and ICE has no choice. They're just gonna react to that, and that's one of the. And even during the Obama years, and even prior to that, I remember when ICE wouldn't come out and look for undocumented workers unless it was like a factory type setting where they had like 30 people. They wouldn't come out for just one person. Except if they get a poison pen letter, they're coming out for you.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what happened with this person. Somebody wrote to them or called them and told them, fabricated something about him, and they have to respond. But so Shernet, talk to us about, because I've heard this. No, I don't have any client who has gone through this, but I'm hearing more and more about green card holders returning to the country, and they're being asked to sign. I forgot the form number, but essentially they're abdicating. They're giving up their right to a green card. Have you heard that? I think it's a 470. I think it's a form I-470.
You talking about I-204?
No, not the 204. It's I think it's a 470.
Somebody put 407 in the chat.
407, right. It's a 407. And that's where you're saying, I don't want the green card. Right? And they sign that.
Saying that they don't want the green card?
Yeah, they're giving up their right to a green card. They just turn them around and send them. They're asking them to sign this form. I'm hearing that.
Well, I haven't had any client personally that happened to, but that's maybe that's so the persons that they're asking to do that with that person out of the country for more than a year.
Yeah, it's a I-407, record of abandonment of lawful permanent.
Yeah, so because record of abandonment means that either the person hasn't been
is it 6 months or a year? I don't remember.
A year. Once you've been out of the country for a year or more.
Oh, you're right, a year. Yeah.
Then they will consider that to be you're abandoning your green card status, because your green card is so you're supposed to live in the U.S. and work. So if you're going out of the country and you're outside of the country, that means you're for more than a year, more than 6 months to a year, they're thinking you're working outside of the country. And if you're not filing your taxes in the US, you haven't filed any taxes in the last 5 years in the US. So then maybe you're trying to avoid your US tax obligation. So they may use those different things for certain people. So it all going to be depends upon what maybe that person's doing. So again, if you've been out of the country for 1 year, then they can say, well, you can sign this, but you don't necessarily have to sign it, because if you're not abandoning your green card, you don't sign any papers. Again, it goes back to saying you're not signing anything until you talk to your attorney or have your attorney present, or call your attorney on the phone and say, hey, they haven't me wanting me to sign this form. I read and have me read the form to your attorney and see if your attorney say yes or no before you sign anything. You don't have to sign any papers if you don't know what you're signing.
All right. Somebody has a green card. They live in the United States, and they have a job opportunity in pick a country, any country. You go UK, France. They have a So they have a so now they have to, and it's a contract, a 3-year contract, 2-year contract, right? So the person is going. What should the person do to preserve, knowing that they're going to be out of the country for a year? Let's say that they say, I'm not going to come back until I'm done with this contract. It's a 2-year contract. What should the person do to protect the green card status?
So in that situation, right, in this scenario, that person needs to file what they call a permission for re-entry, a I-131 permit. That basically you're telling the government, USCIS, that I'm going out of the country I'm going to be out of the country for more than 6 months. I'm going to be in Germany for 3 years for this job contract. So you're asking for them to not consider you abandon your status because you're going to be out of the country for more than 6 months. So that way you're preserving your immigration status. So when you come back in after 3 years, you have that. It's sometimes they give you like a little passport that will say this person had a granted extension to stay out of the country for more than a year.
Now, do you file that form before departing or while you're there?
No, I would always recommend that you file it before departing. So that way you know the result, you know the answer to that particular form. So say if you file it and it's like, okay, I have to go for my job, just go work for 6 months and then come back. But you're as long as it's pending. So once you know the decision and say, okay, they grant it, then you know the next time you leave the country, you know you can stay for the full 3 years and then come back in with no issue.
All right, we have a bunch of questions coming in on the chat. Elaine says, if a person has a green card for 10 years or more and didn't apply for citizenship, it will be taken away. Is that correct? And she said she read up on that yesterday.
No, that's not correct. That's false.
All right. Kevin, you have a question? Otherwise, I'll just...
I saw that one in the chat and I was going to relay it.
Okay, here's another one. Oh, no, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you go.
Here's one here from Claudette. Kurt said, can you travel to Jamaica on Jamaican passport and return on U.S. passport? There's a danger in that, but I'll let you speak to that.
Well, I know a lot of people do it. So it's all going to be upon people's discretion because, yes, you are a dual citizen, right? I know people go to Jamaica on their Jamaican passport so they can get returning resident benefit to clear maybe their barrel or box or whatever. And then they come back on their US passport. But it's all going to be to each other's discretion, right? But there may be some legality in the end towards it. But again, you can always make the argument, I am a dual citizen of both countries. So you can't, I'm not telling people don't do it, but it's always going to be up to it's your discretion. Whatever you're going down on the Jamaican passport for, again, I know people go down, like I know one person that was saying that they're going to move home and they brought everything in return home with a lot of stuff. So they get that return in resident discount rather than if they were an American citizen saying they're moving to Jamaica.
Well, I think it turns on who recognizes dual citizenship. Jamaica does. Jamaica recognizes dual citizenship, but does the U.S. recognize dual citizenship?
I would say yes, because they don't force it, or like with some other country, they make you denounce your citizenship to the country, to some countries. And then in some countries they don't. So I would infer in that because they have not made any of my Jamaican citizens denounce their citizenship or saying that you have to
But here's the thing.
denounce your Jamaican citizenship.
But
So
here's
that's why I'm saying it's to their discretion, right? I'm not
but
telling
here's
you just
but here's the argument though.
uh-huh.
The argument is that when you take out your American citizenship, right? You
Mhm.
basically renounce. It's sort of
All
a
of
kind of
it.
like renounce, yeah, because you're basically saying you're pleading your allegiance is now to the U.S. Right, and the Jamaican government says, guess what? You can't serve in our parliament because your allegiance is to a foreign power. So you can't. So even though they recognize dual citizenship, they said for parliament purposes, serving in parliament, you can't do it because we recognize it. So go ahead. So I'm thinking,
Yeah, but for government, that's what, like, because it's in politics, right? Because if you are considered to be dual citizen, your legion is really not to the Jamaican people. Because there's anything your legion is kind of gonna side. You're double minded when it comes to the politics of serving the Jamaican people at abroad at large, right? So if I'm the MP for St. Thomas, and I should be focused on my constituents. But if I'm dual citizenship, sometimes my mind going way towards America, and then so my focus is not really to the Jamaican people. So
right,
that's where I would see it, because it's the same. That's where I would understand where it's say, if you want to be in Parliament, yeah, you can't have dual citizenship. You have to make a decision whether you're gonna be for the people of Jamaica or you're gonna keep your dual citizenship for your own personal benefit. I
well,
would require that just the same,
well,
in
the
my
thing,
opinion.
well, the thing is, a lot of people they use the Jamaican passport because if you use the American passport, they usually give you a time period within which to leave. If you use a Jamaican passport, you're a Jamaican, so you're coming home. So there's nothing there. Now, I heard, I was listening to something. Somebody sent me a voice note a couple days ago, and there was this gentleman on the program, and he was saying that you are a citizen of the country in which you were born. That is absolutely incorrect. People want to hear me say it. Anybody who tell you that you're a citizen in the country in which you were born, that's not true. And I can tell you, you know why I can tell you that it's not true? Because I lived and I served in the Middle East. And
Yeah.
I can tell you about Saudi Arabia. You could have as many kids as you want in Saudi Arabia. If you're not Saudi, they're not Saudi. They're not getting a Saudi passport. Same thing in the Emirates, in Dubai, in Ras Al Khaimah, in Abu Dhabi, in the rest of the Emirates, in most of those Gulf countries. If you don't have, and in some of them, it's I think it's the father. If you have a father, yeah, if you have a father, then you can claim citizenship. But even then, they kind of look at you like, you're second class citizen. I shouldn't even say that, but that's just been the experience that I've seen with people. But two Jamaicans having a child in Saudi Arabia, that child will never be Saudi.
That's true.
Never be Saudi. So the idea of what somebody come out and say, "Oh, you're a citizen of the country in which you were born," is nonsense. And then on the flip side, you have some countries that you're born there and you cannot give up that citizenship. You cannot renounce it. I think Cuba is one of them. That says if you're born in Cuba, you're a Cuban for life. They don't have a renunciation process. At least that's what I was told. I don't have personal knowledge of that. But in the Middle East, I have personal knowledge. I can tell you that if you're born in the Emirates and your parents are not Emiratis, you will not get Emirati citizenship. Likewise in Saudi Arabia. In fact, it's going to take an act of the king. The king can confer that status on you, but you can't go down to the Bureau of Vital Statistics or at the hospital and say, "Hey, my child was born here. I need a passport." It doesn't work like that. Kevin, go ahead, sir.
That one was just wow. Question in the chat. Question out of the chat. Should you wait to file for citizenship Upon 5 years, I filed. How long should you actually wait? Upon 5 years, I filed for citizenship because I was asked why I've not done it. So, is there a timeline that, as a green card holder, you should file? What are those timelines, and is it required?
Well, as a green card holder, you by law, it said after 5 years of holding your green card, you can file for citizenship. However, if you're married to a U.S. citizen and you've been married for 3 years, after 3 years of having a green card and you're still married to that U.S. citizen, you can file for citizenship in as early as 3 years. Filing for citizenship is going to, again, based upon that person, whether or not they want to say I'm a U.S. citizen or not. That's going to be on them. So it doesn't mean that you have to file for citizenship after 5 years, or you have to wait 10 years or 20 years. There are people who have their green card for 30 years, 40 years, and never file for citizenship because they feel like they don't want to be a U.S. citizen. There are benefits to being a U.S. citizen. There are certain jobs that only U.S. citizen can get. It depends on the individual again. So there are certain jobs that citizenship can get. If you are children or the children are green card holders, there are certain, and they want to go to college, there are only certain grants or loans that they can get. So if you're a citizen, there's other grants that the children can get. So it's all going to be depend upon that.
Here's another quick question. Somebody's asking about expired green card.
Mhm.
They just said, "Can you check about expired green card holders? If your green card is expired," and I think I have a case for you regarding that too, where the person is supposed to renew the green card and 2 years go by, they didn't renew it. What are the consequences of that? How do they go about rectifying that?
Well, there's not any big consequences, right? It's just that if you need your green card to travel, then you don't have something to travel outside of the country if it's expired, or your job. Some job, when they look at the green card, they want to see a valid date on it. So that's where, but you can still, even if your green card expire for a year or 2 or 3 or 5 years, you can always apply to renew it. As long as you have a copy of the green card, you can apply to renew your green card and get back another 10-year green card.
Okay. Megawatt asks if it's legal to have 3 passports. I think it is. I can't think of law that says you can't have 3 passports. I know people with, I know people with 3 passports.
Yeah, I know people who have dual citizenship, and not dual, more than dual, because I have one client who she's a German citizen, U.S. citizen. I think she's also a citizenship of I forgot what other country, but she have at least about 3 different citizenship,
You
and she
can.
has 3 different passports.
Yeah, I know why Mega is asking, because you have a lot of people who are born in England, for example. So they're UK citizens, and then they move here and they establish citizenship here, and they have Jamaican parents, and so they're entitled to a Jamaican passport as well. So Megawatt, yes, you can have 3 passports. It's not illegal.
Yeah.
Oh, Megawatt have it. British, Jamaican, American. Oh yeah, Mega. I show up our Mega. All right. Michelle Gallimore said, what if you have an indefinite green card and never did the expiration green card?
With that, I would recommend that you try to get the one that has the expiration date, or just apply for citizenship if you want to apply for citizenship. I've had clients who has those, and in some places where they go, they're like, oh, but you don't have the right green card anymore. Because I want to say it was about 5 or 10 years ago, they started to say requiring that people who had the one that non-expired green card to renew. Because there have one where this guy, he got the green card when he was a child, about 6 or 7 years old. So on that picture, it's still a 6-year-old picture, and he's about 59 years old. So he's still, his green card still has a 6-year-old baby on the card. So they changed that, where they're requiring people to get new renew the green card with the expiration date. So if you have that, it's up to you whether you want to become a citizen, just go apply for your citizenship, or just apply to get the new one.
Birth
Personally,
prices. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kevin.
so I was saying, just personally, I don't think it makes sense financially to be constantly renewing your green card when you intend to stay here, work here. You probably want to retire somewhere else. That's irrelevant if you're going to be continuously spending an extended amount of time in the United States. You may as well get your citizenship. You can retire anywhere you want to. But to be constantly paying this money every 10 years to be renewing a green card, that don't make sense to me.
That is true. And I totally agree with that, because renewing a green card, the filing fee for immigration alone is about $500. I know they changed the fee. Before it was like $540, but it went down a little bit. I think it's now about $4.
It went
Don't
down.
quote me on the price. About $4 something, right?
I know it went up.
But we're just getting a passport, right? A 10-year passport after you become a U.S. citizen, it's going to cost you about $160. Way cheaper to just being a citizen and renewing your passport versus doing the green card.
Yeah. Somebody asked a question about world citizenship. Do you get questions about that a lot?
No, I don't get any question about world citizenship.
So here's the comment. World citizenship, like a license. Is there a special test on knowledge of all gods even named, and you pass? Do I get the world citizenship license? All gods, probably 1 million or more names of. But
yeah, that I don't know about that one, because I don't I've never had anyone ask me about doing that, so I can't give an answer to that.
Rebel, you're muted.
Yeah, Don James. Why you have to study 100 questions to prepare for the citizenship when you get asked only 6 or 10, and depends on who interview, because people fail.
Because you never know which 6 or 10 you're going to get asked.
But then you see though, for example though, with the U.S. citizenship, there are different rules based on a person. So say if somebody's 65 years old, been in the U.S. for 15 or 20 years, right? 65 and 20 years, has his green card for 20 years, is 65 years old. All that person is studying is 20 questions. And it's the same, so you're getting asked 10 questions out of that 20 questions. And those are the 20 questions that they ask those people are, I would say, is the most easy ones that are on the 100 questions. And it's also another exception that if you're 50 years old and you've been here for 15 years, there are certain tests, like if you can't read and write, you won't even be tested on the reading and writing part of the test. They will just only ask you from those 10 out of that 100 questions. And all you really need to get is 6 right. And then you pass the exam.
And then the thing is, the questions they're gonna ask. They're gonna ask you who is your governor, who is your member of parliament, who is the president, how many form, what's the form of government we have in America, the 3 branches.
The capital.
Yeah, the capital. When was the country formed? There are certain questions you're going to get asked, and I can tell you, I know of about 6 or 7 that they must ask you those 6 or 7. I'll tell you a funny story. A friend of mine, I don't know he's listening. He applied for citizenship in New York, and at the time there was the mayor of New York was Mayor Koch, Ed Koch, and they asked him. The question was, who's the governor? And he said, Mayor Koch. Them said, no, man, you go back home and study. Mayor Koch. So.
The tests are, because for me, when I practice with clients, I try to use different ways and acronyms to help them remember. So for example, right, one of the questions is, Name 3 of the 13 original colonies. When a client live in Connecticut or New York, I say the tri-state. That means New York, Connecticut, New Jersey. Because every time you watch the news, you hear they say the tri-state news.
Area.
So it's easy for you to remember that it's New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, a tri-state. So I try to figure out how the client, how they learn, their learning pattern, and try to help them like break down the most simple thing, how they can remember the answers to those questions. So like, if you are eligible for citizenship, don't panic and like, oh my gosh, there's 100 questions. I will never remember all this stuff. Most of the time, they're easy way for you to remember the information, and you'll be surprised how much information they retain by just if the attorney's office that you choose to go to know your learning pattern and can be able to help you learn in that style. Because that's how I do my clients. I try to figure out their learning pattern and go over the questions with them and then show them like, okay, this is how you remember it. Like even one of them, I think it was like, which is the Indian tribes. And now one of them is Crow. I was like, John Crow, you're Jamaican. Remember when you hear Crow, John Crow, Crow. It's easy to remember and people laugh because it's so easy. Like there are certain things I can take and bring it back to their real life to help them to remember those questions. So it's not hard to remember the 100 questions.
Let me just tell folks that if you have an attorney, an immigration attorney, and if you're going for a green card interview for the test, or if you're going for citizenship, and they don't sit with you and prep you, get another attorney. Or when you approach that person, you ask before you put down that retainer, are you going to prep me for the test or for the interview? Ask them that because they are supposed to do that. That's a part of getting it over that hump, to get you comfortable with the questions. And also they're supposed to go with you. You know, Claudette Kerr says, my understanding of the dual citizenship is it is recognized by Jamaica, but not America. I think, Claudette, I think you're right. Also, somebody just sent me something here saying that somebody just from Georgia, the country Georgia, used her Georgian passport to leave. And then last week she tried to use her U.S. passport to return. And they sent her back to Georgia and they took her U.S. passport. So just be careful about traveling using 2 different passports. We understand that when you go to Jamaica, you want to use a Jamaican passport because then there's no limit. You're home. If you use a U.S. passport, they'll say how long you're going to be here, 2 weeks, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, so we understand that. Any more questions? Because we don't have much time left. Let me see what else. Kevin, are you seeing anything of citizen of intent after 3 years with a green card? A lot of people are not afraid.
No, nothing new really.
I see one here which says a lot of people are now afraid to file for citizenship under Trump. Do not be afraid. If you've lived with a U.S. spouse for 3 years, you're eligible to file for citizenship. If you lived otherwise, it's 5 years. File. There's still people. They're still having citizenship ceremonies.
If you live in South Florida, you can connect with FLIC, the Florida Immigration Coalition. Connect with them. They helped me.
There you go. FLIC. There you go. Kishen Club says, how often can you travel on your green card for the year? It's not a visa, so I don't think there's a problem there. As long as you can explain that if you're working, you're paying your taxes. Yeah, it's not with a visa, with a B1, B2. Oh, let's talk about that. If you have a B1, B2 visa, and you show up in America and you spend, they give you 6 months. So you spend the 6 months. Then you go back to Jamaica and you spend 2 months, and then you come back 6 months later. What do you think is going to happen to you?
But if you're here 6 months, you can apply for an extension. It doesn't cost you anything.
Yeah, but what do you think is going to happen?
It does cost. Don't say it doesn't cost you anything. It does cost because you have to pay a fee to apply for extension. But in that situation, when you come back, they're gonna say, okay, this person has a job here or something, and they're gonna not let you back in, and then they're gonna cancel the visa, and then they're gonna say you're barred from returning to the United States for at least 5 years.
5 years. Yep. I've had clients like that because the thing they're gonna say, because remember now you feel. Oh, another thing is this, folks. If you filled out that form for a visa 10 years ago and you're applying for a green card uh, through a family petition in the US, just keep this in mind. Whatever you told immigration 10 years ago is going to come up. So if you told them 10 years ago that you're married in Jamaica, but common law, whatever, you're married and you have 10 kids or 5 kids, and now you file for your green card, and now, because, one of the things to get the visa is you have to prove that you're established in Jamaica, that you're not going to run off. So if you have a wife and kids, a house, job, and then you show up and you say, I want to go visit a cousin or whatever, it's more likely that you'll get it, because they say, well, you're not going to run away because you have family back in Jamaica. But if you show up here and then you marry somebody, and then you put on the thing that you have 2 kids with this new person, I am telling you, you're in for a heap of trouble, because they're going to pull that form that you filed 10 years ago. And you're going to have to produce death certificates to show that all 10 kids you had back in Jamaica, they're dead.
I answered that question.
And then,
I agree.
One second, one quick second. And also the wife, and it was, and thanks to Shirley was the one who alerted me to this, that a lot of Jamaica recognizes common law marriages, and there are problems with it too. But what's that thing you file again, Shirley? You're
a certificate of non-impediment.
Non-impediment, right? Where what you do is you petition the government to search their records to see if there's any filing, any registration of that marriage. And so what we'll do is we'll come back, and it'll come back saying there's no record, because since it was a common law, and then we can make the argument saying that, well, yeah, it wasn't a real marriage. And then with a common law marriage, how do you dissolve a common law marriage? How do you end it? It's not like a divorce.
Well, it can be dissolved, because the only way that, if you, like, say you had bought a property together, you have a house and bank accounts, then you can go to court and file a divorce based on a common law marriage, so that the judge can give you guys separation of the property, like split the finance and all those stuff. Just like a regular divorce with a marriage certificate, you still can have that same divorce proceedings, because now you are in a common law marriage, but you were buying properties together, you have a business together. So you need to be able to dissolve those things and have the share split equally. If you can't agree on your own, then you're going to need to go to court and get that done. So they do recognize that as having you can get a divorce from a common law marriage. It's just that, again, people, when they go to the embassy, just to show ties that they have in Jamaica, to say, I'm gonna come back to Jamaica, I have a common law marriage with Susie, and Susie and I have a house, or we have 2 children together. And then you come here, you have no kids, never been married. And then now immigration's asking you about, who is Susie? I don't know Susie. And then when they say, well, on May 1st, 2001, you, at your interview, you admit that you are married to Susie and that you guys are in a common law marriage. So now we need to see the divorce papers for that, because now your marriage to Sarah is not valid, because you were already married before in Jamaica. So those things happen, I want to say, quite a lot. And now I believe that now this Trump administration comes in, immigration is not looking too lightly on those lies anymore. Because I had a case where we provided the document, explained the argument very well, and felt that we did a really good job compared to other cases where we had done it before and they denied it. And it just was like, whoa. It seems like the administration, with the new policies, they weren't taking those arguments very lightly, because it's like almost, it's a common thing that they're seeing occurring when it comes to people coming from Jamaica, because they will come on the visa the one time and never go back, or come one time and the second time they come back and they never go back, and then they find somebody and marry, and then now they're like, okay, your intent was never there, so your intent was to defraud us in the beginning.
Let me just say before, because Kevin, we have to wrap up in about 4 minutes, but let me just say one thing. Whether you use Shernet or you use me or you use John Tom or Harry or whomever you use as an immigration attorney, please do not lie to us.
Yes.
Do not lie to us. Just tell us the facts so that we can package it for you. Because when you lie to us, it's a no-win. What we're gonna have to, we have to withdraw the application. That's what we're gonna have to do. And Trinity and I, we worked on a case where the guy came in and the guy lied to us. He's been waiting on a green card for about 20-something years. And
25 years.
Yeah, and he will never get that green card. Because of the lie, because of things that were said that proved not to be true. He will never get that. So if you see us, please, whoever you see, just make sure I don't want to say spill your guts, but just tell them everything, because once you tell us everything, then we can figure out a way to work within the law to get you to where you want to go. But if you lie to us, and then when we get to the interview, and it's happened to me, and it's happened to Shernet, where you get there and somebody says, I've never been arrested. And then when you reach there, they see them pull out a file like this long and say, hey, well, tell us about these 15 things, armed robbery and this and that. At that point, you just have to say, look, we're going to withdraw the application. It doesn't make sense going forward. Withdraw the application and try and come up with something else. But we're running out of time. Shernet, please go ahead. Give us some final words here.
No, that is so true. One of the most important thing, as I said in the video, is never provide false information. Be honest. And then tell the attorneys because your attorney is supposed to be your
advocate
on your side, right? We're not gonna lie for you, but we want you to tell us the truth so that we can do the best job that we can do for you. Because if it's not the time for you to file something, we're gonna say, well, it's not the time for you to file. Let's wait for a moment. Or if you already filed, let's say, let's withdraw and go back to the drawing table to figure out what other option is there for you. Because there are a lot of people who will say, oh, I can't do this, or this person told me that I should do this, or I should stay in this situation. Because, for example, I know a lot of people right now are in fear. So the least thing somebody say to them, they're going to run with it. Because I had this video where this AI person's telling, it was all in Spanish, but was telling the persons that, oh, Trump signed an executive order to cancel mass deportation, which is a lie. There's no such executive order. And so there's so many misinformation out there. It's really for you to educate yourself and be able to recognize the misinformation, the false information, and knowing what is right. But your most important thing is to seek an immigration attorney, whether it's me, Mr. Rattigan, or anybody, but seek out legal advice.
One quick question before you go. Somebody has asked this question 6 times. Can a green card holder file for citizenship if the person is not working for over 2 years because of injuries?
Yes.
Yeah, injury doesn't stop.
Injury doesn't stop. Working does not stop. Because if you haven't been able to work because of an injury, that's fine. You're showing why you haven't filed taxes in the last 2 years. So that shouldn't stop you from filing for citizenship.
All right, folks, listen, we got to wrap it up now. Please go over and support DJ Kevin Stu. And I mean you, Shernet. So, and I'll be on
I will. I be watching on my phone. Remember last week I told you I was sick, but I was still checking you out.
All right, thanks, folks. That's all the time we have.
Thank you.
I'll see you guys at 10. Go support Kevin now from 8 to 10, and I'll be on from 10 to midnight. Take care, be well. Thanks, Shernet.